All right, we are live. How is everybody doing tonight? We are going to run a second round here of what we're calling the Bowman experiment. So basically, we're going to be opening a lot of Bowman products. And what we've done is we've taken 4 different variations of how you can buy Bowman. You got your hobby and your jumbos. You got your blasters, your megas. We kind of cut it at there because, how much are we going to open in one break? Well, we did this once already with 1 jumbo, 2 hobbies, 15 blasters, and 10 megas. And now we're going to do it all over again, and we're going to talk about what we found the first break, and we'll see if the results come out any different. So what is the best way to effectively stock up on these prospects? And, again, the answer is also going to vary based on the set, the year, the way that the cards are collated. And we talked about some of the differences that we saw in the 2022 retail product that we maybe didn't see otherwise. So without further ado, I'm going to get this shared up on Facebook a little bit more. And, I forgot my iPad. That way I can see what people are saying on Facebook. Let's see here. Still searching for it. So we'll go through roll call. And then we'll get started because this one's not going to be a short one. I don't think it's going to be quite as long as it was the other night because we really went into some serious depth on some of the prospects in here. And, we'll still casually mention some of that information too. But right now, we are going to focus on how the product falls. And hopefully it doesn't fall because it's stacked up pretty high over here. So, I don't want it to actually fall. But so let's see here. All right. Come on. Taking forever here. There we go. So we're going to start off with the remaining teams. Again, 10 megas, 15 blasters, 2 hobbies, 1 jumbo. You can only get in on this break from this point forward through the drip shop. So if you're here watching on your computer or an iPad, there'll be a link right at the top. If you're watching on a mobile device, then right next to where it says live chat, you got to hit overview, right? And then you may need to hit see more over here. And then that's going to pull up your gateway to the drip shop. Right in here is going to be all the items that are for sale. And there's a few. There's still a few teams left. You can buy into the break until we hit the first autograph. All right, so we're going to kind of start off like we did last time. We'll start off with a hobby box. So we know it's going to come. We just don't know when. Then we'll probably mosey on down to the megas, bust up some blasters, and hit the jumbo. Or depending on how late it's getting, I might cut to the jumbo sooner. Because as we'll discuss in a little bit, a lot of times that's the feast or famine box. So let me just take a look-see here. Share this to my feed. Share this to the group. And then I'm going to put this in the post. And as we're doing roll call, we'll discuss the remaining teams. Again, if you are in the drip shop already, you can see what teams those are. That includes some of the big ones. I think the two biggest teams are still available. You have the Padres available at $234.95. The Pirates are $119.95. The Brewers are $129.95. And they have a decent amount of quantity. And for a team on the kind of on the bottom half, there's some upside there too. Royals $74.95. Guardians $209.95. We saw a lot of George Valera in the last break, even though no big hits. I think we pulled like 4 mojos and a lot of chrome on him. So, that's the thing with Bowman. Little things like that just kind of add up after a while. The Reds are the biggest team of the break. You have Ellie De La Cruz is the number one money guy left. The Marlins are gone, so they were one of the top 3 teams. And the Rays. So I guess it's not the biggest team, just the biggest team left. But you also have Matt McLean that could sneak in there as well. He's not going to have base or chrome, but we've already had one of our boxes unearth his red parallel autograph. So, and in the last break we saw a couple reds. So maybe we'll find Matt McLean in a base. We talk about for many years something that I've nicknamed the twinning effect, where sometimes if you see a guy in a parallel, you could see him in a base and vice versa. I almost feel like when we split the cases, like it makes me feel like that guy has a better chance of showing up again. White Sox, you got Colson Montgomery. Lennon Sosa, I think, is he supposed to make his major league debut tonight? Look what O'Neal Cruz has done. I think today he just broke the rookie record. It's most amount of games consecutively with an RBI to start off your career. I think, was it Gerardo Parra or something like that? Had 5 games in a row with an RBI to start off career. And O'Neal Cruz played in 2 games last year, hit an RBI in both. First game up in his call-up, hit 4 RBIs and hit an RBI in each of his next 3 games to make 6. So not only has he broken the record, but he might not be done. Let's see here. So maybe Lennon Sosa does something good his first game out. Red Sox 159.95. And then what's this team? Let's see. The Diamondbacks are 74.95. So again, we do have a couple teams, even with all this massive amount of Bowman here, we still have a couple teams under $100 still left. We have another couple teams close to it, and then we got some teams that could provide some heavy hitters. I always like things in threes because that gives you some fallback options. Hey, Christopher, what's going on? So again, I am just messaging everybody here. We're starting off with roll call. And then we're going to run part 2. Oh, the Knicks just traded their number 11 pick. Look at that. They've given up. All right, so here we go. Jeff Lukowitz, Yehoshua Gold, Mike Kelly. Hey, what's up, Rob? David Sipes, Max Torgoff, Liv, Richard Garcia, Gregory Krause, Matthew Bohack. Don Wright, Rob Carluccio is here, Melissa Marin, Mike Coleman, Peter Strawn, Don Lieneman, Greg Graham. That's not the first time that question has been asked today. So, Rob, what happened was, this one, it was probably like 4,000 cards. So, it got sorted on Monday, and right out the gate, we posted the second one, and 18 spots filled up right away. Logically speaking, we were on pace to break this on Tuesday. So I started calling for payments, and I just 3 days, and I still haven't gotten all of them in. And the only reason why I'm on right now, honestly, is because I might not be able to do another long break like this for a while. It might be a few days. So rather than, again, whenever I make my decisions, I don't do them for me. I kind of do them for you. I decided that we're going to break tonight, but initially I thought we would have, we already been paid up and given this a day or two on drip, and then those things could ship all together. That's what made sense to me. But I don't understand. So I posted, and probably shouldn't say this on drip, but the next break that I'm setting up right now, first dibs go to anybody who is paying up front. So I got it on the on my website. For those of you who follow me on Facebook, that information is there. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it's really part of the question that I'm answering here. And whoever wants to get first crack at their teams, you can get it off the website, because I have a lot of things going on, and I don't need to be running around. Like today, I was scrambling to put my order for tomorrow together because I wanted Friday's release on Friday, and I actually wanted to get more. But if everybody was in, I could have actually brought in 2 more cases. That's how much of a difference. Well, not 2 more cases. I could have brought in 2 full cases of said item that I wanted to. So I mean, we gotta make the payments in. Um, I think I'm pretty relaxed as far as you can claim a team. All right. And then when we're getting close, I give you a heads up and then you can send it in. It's not difficult. Most places will make you, I hear complaints on like Twitter and stuff like that. Like it's been 6 weeks and this guy hasn't broken yet and I paid up front. And should I be worried? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to let it go that long. I'm either going to take the L or I'm going to cancel the break at that point. But others that don't always get the snap fill. And like I said, we are like 2 or 3 regular contributors to going back to a normal, almost daily cycle. We get to like 15, 18 teams, and then we just kind of stall. And then I'm like, all right, let's bring in payments. Let's be prepared for when we're going to break. And then I'm delaying breaks because now we have the people, but we don't have the payments. So just on that side note, because see this drip app right here, when we have more people watching us and viewing us, and then we just post a break on drip and all the spots go quickly, and that's the eventual goal. Then there's going to be no waiting. There's going to be no W. There's going to be no watching. So, hopefully the end game comes sooner rather than later. But yeah, so I was going to ship them together, and then I did not expect. Like, I'm still waiting on some right now. And I mean, this is the one source of income in my household. So when the money don't come in, then other things don't get done. I mean, at least I have the store now. I need grocery money. At least, used to be like, I need grocery money. I'm waiting on people to pay for the break. And that's when it was like taking a day for people to get back. A day is acceptable. But yeah, 3 days, that's a little much. Anyway, that's enough of a sidetrack there. And then I always get when I say things like this, the people guilty, like, I already sent it. It's like, it's not directed to you. Don't worry. All right. So now I'm just going to send links to everybody. Again, remaining teams are available until the first hit is shown. So you can still jump in on this break, but you can only do it through the drip shop. I will have to look at that later. So Mike Kelly's here. Let's see. And we have what is the most rewatchable sports movie you could watch again and again? Wow. Christopher, I'm going to have to go with D, other. I could watch any of those 3 movies, but I don't think I could watch them over and over and over again. There's other movies that I could watch repeatedly. I could probably watch, I don't know. What's some other good sports movies? I'm like trying to do 2 things at once, so my brain's already at half capacity with this. Rudy, I couldn't watch that over and over again. I'll be honest, I don't think I've sat through the whole thing once since like it came out. Mighty Ducks is cool. What was that movie? Facing the Giants? What the heck is going on here? It didn't save my link. So again, we're just messaging everybody in the break. For those not in the break and maybe just joining us, Happy Gilmore, yeah. Miracle. How about that one? I like Miracle. Bull Durham is all right. Oh, Field of Dreams. How about that one? Sandlot. Definitely. Definitely could watch Sandlot multiple times on a loop. How about Talladega Nights? That's a sports movie, right? I mean, I don't know how much of an athlete Ricky Bobby is, but I'm not a big Tom Cruise guy. I haven't even seen the new Top Gun yet. Is that a bad thing? Am I missing out? Again, I'm just making sure I have everybody messaged here for roll call. Looks like I got a few more names to hit. I think I got everybody now. Yeah. All right, so nothing to it but to do it. Are you all ready for some Bowman? How far in are we right now? Doesn't say. It used to say. It doesn't say. I'd like to know. And what we're going to do, real quick, while everybody who just got sent their links is hopping in here, I'm going to take one little peek at Bowman real quick. All right. I'm going to tell you who the hitters are that you're looking for each team that's left. Padres. Again, these I'm only naming those who have autographs. All right. You have insert autos for C.J. Abrams and Robert Hassel. James Wood has one, as well as his first Bowman Chrome auto. You have Victor Lizarraga, Euribiel Angeles, and Brandon Valenzuela. So the big one, obviously, is James Wood right there. He's one of the top 10 guys to look out for in this year's Bowman product. Pirates, there is a lot of Henry Davis, Leover Peguero, and Nick Gonzalez autos. All right, 3 or 4 different insert autos. O'Neill Cruz also has a Bowman Scouts Top 100. You also have rookie autos for Rodolfo, Castro, and O'Neill Cruz. Now, my thing is I usually don't jack up the price on a team. I could have probably put that to like 140, maybe even borderline 150. Your prospects are Henry Davis, and then first for Jack Sawinski and Matt Frazier. But I didn't see a need to do that. Now, O'Neill Cruz, rookie autos don't come very often in Bowman. Actually, it used to be they didn't come in Bowman at all. You wouldn't see them until Bowman Chrome, but a lot changed after 2020 with the way that Bowman's structured. Slapshot. I just saw that. That's a good one too. I don't think I could watch it over and over again just because of the datedness of the movie a little bit. But it's definitely one I could watch. I could watch once and then maybe see it again afterwards. Like, oh, it's on cable again, and I'll watch it. But I don't ever get to watch movies. All that I'm doing. Brewers. 129.95. You have Garrett Mitchell and Hedbert Perez with insert autos. Larry Ernesto, Henry Mendez, Braylon Haraba, and Felix Valerio with first Bowman autos. I think they're all first Bowmans. Royals. Dayton Dooney, Luca Tresh, Wilman Candelario, Jackson Kawar rookie auto, and then Kawar and Bobby Witt Jr. Have insert autos. Surprised Bobby Witt Jr. only has one insert auto because he's in a ton of inserts. He's in 4 different ones. So, color comes into play on that too. Get some parallels in there. Guardians, 209.95. This is all first Bowman guys, I think. Jose Fermin, who actually does not have any base cards. Then you got John Kenzie Noel. And the big one, George Valera. He's another one that's one of the top guys. Second. Looks like I might have missed something earlier. Take care of that now. All right. Reds. So Reds, a huge amount of prospects. You got Austin Hendrick with a couple insert autos. Then you have Alan Cerda, Christian Roa, Ellie De La Cruz, big one right there. Justice Thompson, Michael Trena. And then there's two that don't have base cards, Jan Contreras, and of course Matt McLean, one of the big holdovers from last year. And he is, I think he was a first rounder, like 21st overall, I think, something like that. White Sox, 209.95. Benjamin Bailey, Colson Montgomery, Lennon Sosa, and then one that's not in the base cards, and he's considered one of the top international or the top international prospects signed last year, Oscar Colas. Rookies, Gavin Sheets and Jake Berger. And then you have Colson Montgomery, Gavin Sheets, Jake Berger, Oscar Colas, and Yoelqui Cespedes, all with various insert autographs. Cespedes with a few, actually. And we're almost done and about to get started here. Again, two more teams to go over. One is the Red Sox. All right, getting some of those payments in that we were talking about before. So Connor Wong, Jaron Duran, rookie autos, ton of insert autos, huge lineup. So maybe not one of the higher reward teams, but there's a lot of quality names that are going to possibly come out of here, including Blaze Jordan, Jaron Duran, Jeter Downs, 5 different Marcelo Mayers. I wouldn't mind if I have it. I think I'm going to keep a few of his cards just because he's got an awesome first name. You know, he's not Marcel Ozuna, which is close but not good enough. Then you got Nick York and Tristan Casas in there as well. So Red Sox, chock full of guys. And then don't forget, there's also the prospects. So you have Nico Cavadas, Marcelo Meyer, who's not a first Bowman, but still a good one to get. Eduardo Vaughn and Brian Bello, who has a lot of eyes on him after starting off the minor league season with a no-hitter and continuing to pitch solidly after that. And then the last team to go over, and then we're just going to get started right into it. Diamondbacks, you have Alec Thomas and 4 different Jordan Lawlers out there in the insert autos. Ryan Bliss, Jordan Lawler, and Gavin Conticello, which the only one who has base in here is actually Jordan Lawler. The other 2 do not. We did hit a Ryan Bliss last one, too. So that's what we got left on. Once we show the first hit, that is it. And then everything else stays in the house. All right. And that may be good for, those seeing me at the shop or going to card shows and seeing me there, but don't let those hits be misses. I've shown some of the stuff that I still have in the display case for sale that could have been somebody else's cards. Don't let those hits be misses. Again, Padres, Brewers, Royals, Guardians, Reds, White Sox, Red Sox, and Diamondbacks. 8 teams still available. And once we show the first hit, that's it. I just got that. All right, here we go. First box of Bowman. And again, we're starting with the hobbies. And again, there's a shortage of cheap shrink wrap. So they've gone to the heavy gauge stuff. I normally just rip right through these things. Sometimes you can't. Hey, Mike, what's going on? Welcome. So here we go. Good luck to everybody again. And let's see what we got. Again, when we do a break like this, we ship all cards. Every last one. Which takes a little longer to sort, yeah, but you paid for it. You paid for a share of this box, and you should get all of it. So, all cards ship, even paper. All right. Even base vets. We got an Invicta already? Yeah, we got our Invicta in there. And we are going to see if we have a hit on hand yet. So now, for those of you who were in the first break, I want to get some feedback on the first experiment here. What did you think about what came out? Did it come out the way that you expected it to? Now, when you conduct an experiment, you know, you have a hypothesis. And my hypothesis was that the hobby boxes were going to come out the best because historically, color tends to come out better out of the hobby boxes. Well, neither of our autographs was color. We didn't have really anything crazy color in the base either. Yeah, well, the megas are designed just for the mega cards, and we'll talk about too as we're doing this. But hobbies is one auto, and because they're a 12-box case compared to an 8-box case, so we're ready. We got O'Neal Cruz out there. Twice. You know, we've just seen historically that color comes out better, and maybe this year's different because there's definitely a difference this year in the other products. Oh, look at that. We had a chrome number to 5 of Colton Cowser in the first break. And this time around, we have yellow, 63 out of 75. But I thought hobby would be number 1. I thought the blasters would be number 2. And that was a surprise to me, how many inserts. So, like, the guys that, like the Bobby Witts and the Spencer Torkelsons and the Jason Dominguez, we really didn't see much of them in the hobby or the jumbo. The megas had a few inserts in the mega style, but they didn't have the packs were just like 8 paper and 2 chrome. 8 paper and 2 chrome in the mega packs. That's it. On average. Like some had 1, some had 3, but that's basically what you were getting out of the regular packs in the megas. And that's by design. The wrapper was blank. You know, you have all these stated odds and stuff like that. It's only on the mega packs. So that made them a little dry. But we hit good stuff in the mega boxes, so I mean you can't. I thought the megas were going to be the worst thing, and actually the hobbies ended up being the worst last time. And I thought they were going to be the best. So Rob says he crushed the hobby boxes this year. Okay. So again, you know, when you have a hypothesis and you test it once isn't always a good sample size. Actually, it's probably never a good sample size. So not only do you test, but you retest, right? And that's what we're doing right now. We're kind of doing another round and seeing, is everything going to come out the same way? I mean, honestly, we could do this 10 times and get different results, 4 different results out of the 10 times. But I thought the blasters were going to be second, basically because I've been seeing a lot more autographs in them this year. And I have a feeling that the way things have gone this year, there's paper shortages. There's Reginald Preciado Invicta, and they're affecting the coming out. And I think it's actually affecting the way that the products are constructed. And I think that maybe they just didn't have enough cards that they could print. You talk about production numbers going up, but yet the hobby stuff is still so scarce, and like the distributors are saying they're getting less and less, which is half of their excuse for cutting us. Although a lot of the manufacturers are now doing a lot more direct to consumer than they had in years past. And obviously with Fanatics owning Topps now, that's probably going to be a lot more moving forward for baseball, and eventually they'll get all the licenses. There's a Wander Franco. I'm going to be doing a lot of sleeping tomorrow. I just don't want to be here for 5 hours again doing this tonight. Sorry. I got to get myself programmed because we got to wake up at like 4 a.m. Saturday so that Lexi can get to her tournament on time. 8 a.m. game, show up an hour early, and it's a 2-hour drive, so you got to eat breakfast and like get dressed, and I got to drink some coffee. So yeah. But the blasters did end up coming in second. It just, the jumbo box kind of snuck around. Now, I know how that goes generally. They usually do tend to not have a lot of cards. And the blasters do. The blasters actually, again, we're going by, not by how many cards come out of the box, but we're going by market value of the boxes. All right. Not necessarily suggested retail price, because we know that a lot of things have a little bit of a markup, but market value. All right. And for how many cards come out of the blasters, all right, if $8 grading ever comes back into vogue, right, you'll be glad that you got all those blasters. I really think that it's probably the best way to build up your Bowman collection, just not all at once. I really do like the way the blasters have come out this year. But the jumbos tend to have that high risk, high reward deal. You do tend to see some nice hits come out. Oh, we got a little orange going on here. So first hit is in my hand. That means running out of time if you wanted to jump in on this break. Don't let those hits be misses. Don't let those hits be misses, because right now, the clock is ticking. But yeah, definitely a ton of value there. So I thought the jumbo was going to finish in third place, and that grouping was the top grouping. We hit the Trey Sweeney number /5 auto. We hit the Arteaga purple auto. But I do feel, again, you don't just test a hypothesis once. You do repeated testing. All right, unless you're Pfizer. I didn't say that loud, did I? You repeatedly test to make sure that what came out the first time is what's gonna, be what you expect to come out. We got Benny Montgomery. I saw a cool superfractor. These look really cool on superfractors. I forget who was pulled, but I saw a Twitter post with a decent name in 3D. We still haven't pulled our Bowman superfractor for the year yet. I think all 8 years running, we have, maybe 1 year we didn't, but we've been breaking for 8 years. And every year we have hit a superfractor in a Bowman product. All right, not necessarily saying Bowman. Last year, what was it? Aaron Ashby. So we were doing a mixer, and we had I think that was 2020 Bowman, but we pulled it in 2021. And we pulled an insert of Heliot Ramos superfractor. In Bowman Chrome 1 year, we pulled Francisco Lindor's superfractor. Bowman's Best, I still have the Cody Hoesi. We almost didn't get one in 2020. It was literally, or 2019, whichever one that was. It was literally like after Christmas and just before, it might have even been New Year's Eve, but it was just before the year ended, and we got our Bowman superfractor. So fingers crossed, 2022 will be no different, and we'll find one. We've already 3 reds show up now. So there's a Valera, and right there, Brandon Valenzuela for the Padres, who are still available for $234.95. Brandon Valenzuela in blue, 50 out of 150. 50 out of 150. So now that just takes a little bit of the risk out of the Padres, right? We've already seen some James Wood in paper and chrome already. So I don't know if that tempts anybody to jump in to the fire here. All about that base, So we got an atomic Dustin Harris for the Rangers. And again, last call here, available through the drip shop. Padres, $234.95. Brewers, $129.95. Royals, $74.95. Guardians, $209.95. Reds, $274.95. White Sox, $209.95. Red Sox, $159.95. And the Diamondbacks, $74.95. Bobby Witt Jr. for the Royals. And about that base. So again, a last call for teams. Red Sox sold. So Frelick. And you see the orange. And then an orange shimmer for the Nationals. Royce-Mark Quintana. Nationals, Royce-Mark Quintana, 25 out of 25. Interesting autograph here. It looks like just his initials and his number. So, I guess when you have a long name, I get it. All right. So, you know what? I'm going to leave teams open while I finish this stack. Then I can just delete them after the box is over. So if you're in the process of grabbing one of these remaining teams, I'm going to finish the box, and then I'm going to delete them. That way we just keep things rolling. But still lots more to go. This is the first of 2 hobby boxes. We got a jumbo box, 10 megas, and 15 blasters. So we're taking a look at pretty much like equivalent dollar value. All right. I don't know. With only 22 teams gone, I don't think we're going to do the experiment again, at least not anytime soon. Maybe we can bring it back later in the year if there's a demand for it. Maybe one of these prospects gets like super hot or something like that. Plus, I'm almost out of blasters now that I did. I'll have to get some more. Got another yellow paper in this box. And that's kind of what I was expecting. Like we had a few color parallels already, and I think there's 1 or 2 more in here. You do get a good amount of insert cards out of the hobby boxes. So, in years past, I always felt like they always provided good value now here's the if, all right, if they were priced less than, half of what a jumbo would be. All right. I haven't checked the numbers in the last few days, but when I put the break together, jumbos were at $7.25 a box and hobbies are at $300. So the jumbos actually have in this break $1 advantage. They're the biggest pool, even though it's one box. If the hobbies were going for $3.75, I probably wouldn't say the same thing. But traditionally, a lot of times I know in 2020, it may have changed since the beginning, but when Bowman comes out and for the months to follow, because usually there's always usually some sort of a dip. And it's usually when the big buyers want to buy something. It doesn't mean that the product is worth less in most cases. It just means that there's some sort of either pent-up demand or oversupply. And that's when the big money wants to attack and buy it all so that they can push up the prices in the near future after that. Got Jairo Pomares. Let's face it, some of the shenanigans ain't working anymore. Look at anything Panini has put out first off the line for football and basketball. All right. There's another James Wood and Colson Montgomery. There's a decent pair of guys right there. The distributors know what Panini's going to put it out at ahead of time because they always put it out for more. Right? When they say limited availability, which is code word for these were your old allocations that we're making more money off of now. 34 out of 75, Brewers, Aaron Ashby. That's not a bad one there. And it's a rookie, too, so obviously it won't come out in Chrome until Bowman Chrome. And when they said, because I got one whole box of Contenders Optic, that's my allocation this year. It's very, very light. They're like $549. I'm like, so they're going to come out for $500 on Panini's website on release day, and lo and behold, that's what they came out at. Oh, also. And I don't know if they're sold out now, but I know deep into the day they hadn't sold out either. So that kind of and I almost think at some point Panini just pulls it off and then sells it to the distributor at a marked up price because they've learned, hey, the distributor has been screwing their customers and taking away allocations, upcharging them. So now they're doing it to them too, and I don't feel bad for them, but in the long run, I still feel bad for me because I'm the one who shopped with them for years and years and years, and now I don't get stuff to sell. JJ Bleday. And we got Joshua Baez. Again, we did a lot of talking the other day on all the big prospects in Bowman. Today, at the very least, we talked about who was on the checklist for the remaining teams as an only. All right. And we've talked before about some of the autograph only guys for who wasn't for who was already taken. So we got Diego Cartaya, Henry Davis. Again, I feel like when I see draft picks like Henry Davis taken first overall, a lot of people say, Wander Franco, what has he done? He's this huge phenom, and he's batting like 270. There's a Khalil Watson. He's batting 270. He's not hitting home runs. What is the big deal about Wander Franco? And first of all, well, I'm not the type to be like, a hype buyer, so to speak. You do have to factor upside. All right. Don't confuse hype for upside. That is like the number one most confused hobby right now. All right. Upside is you're taking information and you're making an assumption based off an educated guess. Hype means you are listening to somebody who has a lot invested in someone, right, in certain players, who's probably going to dump it all the second, maybe not all, probably going to dump like 75% of it. The second it goes up because they're an influencer, right? An influencer. And they're going to have many followers now, and sometimes blindly, just like, oh, we gotta get this guy. I'll tell you what, if that influencer, all right, is telling you right now this is the guy to buy, they done already bought that guy. And they've probably got plenty. When I talk about things, I try to talk about upside, and sometimes I don't talk about the more popular guy. We had a few sleeper guys that we were talking about the other day, and I was thinking highly of them. I don't buy the hype. Again, Bryce Harper. I wasn't buying him. The 2011 Bryce Harpers. I was buying Mike Trout. There was a difference between $8 to $12 for Bryce Harper or 75 cents for those Trouts. And those Bryce Harpers never became worth what some of those Mike Trouts got sold for. And with Bowman or any prospecting whatsoever, let me delete these products now. So those are going to stay here. With Bowman, and take a stab at, 10 different players, let's say. Buy bulk lots, all right? Try to get more chrome than paper, but sometimes paper is okay too. buy bulk lots, and I'll tell you what, you get, you know, maybe one big name, right, out of the top 10. And then you start looking at that 11 to 20, those 11 to 20 guys, and you get like 3 or 4 of those. And then you got to dig deep and look for some of those sleepers, but some of those sleepers you can get for cheap. You know, you can find bulk lots of guys for like, you know, 10 to 50 cents a piece. And if you really follow, oh, Wander absolutely has a talent. If you really follow, you really only got to be right with 2 out of those 10, and you're good. You can walk away golden with a 20% success rate. You just gotta look closely and figure out the ones that are going to get you the best gains. But going back to the original point that I was making, you know, you look at guys like Henry Davis and some of the guys that we analyzed out of the draft from Bowman draft in 2021. You look at some of the guys that we're looking at now, right? We probably went over about, in our top 30, there was probably about 7 guys that fit this new model. You know, the strikeouts are out of control in baseball. And money ball is all good and well. Home runs, it's about OPS. All right. OPS is the key stat. You don't need to hit home runs to have a crazy OPS. If you hit for average, if you walk a lot, and you know, I mean, think of like a Todd Helton type of guy. Yeah, he had a lot of home runs because he was in Colorado, but I mean, this is a guy he was banging out like 56 doubles in a season. You know, he I think he broke 50 a few times, if I'm not mistaken, and was constantly in the 40s, like almost religiously. Like I would probably say, he was always one that I think he stayed pretty healthy. Oh, look at that, we got color. Yay. 2 color autos. So again, right, we did the test once, we did the experiment once, and we busted, and we didn't get a single color auto out of our 2 hobby boxes. Both of our autographs are color this time around. So again, you know, had the sample size been bigger, right, had we done this maybe by the case or something like that, we could have found some different results. So it's going to be interesting. And, you know, at the very end, depending on how we're looking at time, I'll probably, during the recap, look up what those color autos, if there's any sales on them. There should be, at least on the one, although the orange one might be a little tougher because that's out of 25. But, you know, we'll see how the results come out this time around. I hope everything hits something big, obviously. Especially since with 8 teams, one of them's got to come to me, right? But yeah, a lot more guys lower on the strikeouts, higher on the walks. And I think there's some teams that in the minors, they're still kind of getting taught the same thing. I think the Texas Rangers organization was an example. You had a guy that had a significant change in their hitting approach when they got traded. I think it was from Philly to Texas. And they went from having just about the same total in walks and strikeouts to being like a 25% strikeout guy, which is good in today's game. But I mean, you have, you know, not everybody can be Tony Gwynn, but you have so many hitters that 30 years ago, you know, 100 strikeouts was an aberration. Now it's the norm. Now it's like 200 strikeouts. That's a lot. I mean, other than maybe like Juan Samuel and Rob Deere, like back then, like 200 strikeouts was unheard of. Even some of the guys that would come close, it was a lot. Eddie Leonard. kind of a low-key guy to look at for the Dodgers. He's got some upside. Colton Cowser. I'm surprised he came in at 96 on the top 100. Hobby-wise, his stuff has performed very well. A lot of positive buzz on him. And I really thought he would have been more in that, like, in the 60s, you know, somewhere between like 65 and 75. Then you got Khalil Watson, who's like 20 spots higher, and it's all just based on scouting reports. He's had a slow start in the minor leagues, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's where he'll finish, obviously, as he's still basically the number one guy to look for in Bowman right now. Khalil Watson is far and away number one. But then there's quite a few guys that are, you know, kind of in that 2 to 5 range. You know, your Valeras, your James Wood. I also want to say Meade, right? He's it's not just about Wander Franco rookies. You know, they're nice. But they're not really what's going to carry Bowman. Meade is actually a huge factor, and he's already got double-digit home runs in the minor leagues, and we're not even, you know, I think we're like a third of the way through the season now, because they start like a month later. Got Adley Rutschman. And O'Neal Cruz, again, cruising through his first 6 career games. He's driven runs in every major league game he's played in so far. Question is, can he do it again tomorrow? I think they play again tomorrow. Heston Scherstad. Now, see, here's another big Orioles prospect. So he was drafted, you know, around ahead of Colton Cowser. Cowser, I believe, was second round. I don't think he was a supplemental pick. I think he was second rounder. And Scherstad was the first rounder from that same draft year. And I kind of thought there was a little bit less of a gap there. So there's Curtis Meade for the Rays. And yes, this is what I expect to see out of hobby boxes. See, we didn't get this the first 2 boxes. I literally said it, and when I kind of did like a summary, I did like 2 posts summarizing the experiment. And I'm going to do that again. I'm going to follow up with another round of that, and not only compare the hypothesis that I had, but also the results the first time and the second time around. There's Michael Escato for the Pirates. Now we're getting the color combinations that I was kind of expecting to see. I really think we did get the worst 2 hobby boxes of the whole case. So it's only uphill from here, right? Oh, I only got a few left, so. And speaking of Orioles again striking early. Darryl Hernandez, purple, numbered 80 out of 250. All right, so purple and orange. Purple and orange shimmer, to be precise. Coming out of our 2 hobby boxes as far as the autographs go. So not a bad deal there. All right. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't get the 4-row box for all this stuff. So we were kind of putting everything. Normally I put them back in the original boxes, which you really can't do that with retail. But we were comparing columns the other day. So when we do the finale, when we do our recap, we're going to also show that off again. That should come out pretty much the same, though. And I'll need these for when we do the blasters, because the blasters don't even fit in the row. All right. So I got that squared away. We'll get back to this later. It is quiet over in Facebook land. Is anybody watching on Facebook? You know, if there isn't a lot of conversation, then it's harder for people to see it. You know, I mean, I guess on Drip, it doesn't matter if you're talking or not, right? It's just going to be, it's really more based on how many people are watching. But as far as like Facebook goes, if people aren't making comments and, you know, responding or reacting to things that I say, that post goes down, and it gets harder for people to see and to jump in. So always feel free to put your 2 cents in. All right. If you feel like it. I'm not telling anybody to change which way they're watching. If you're watching us on YouTube, I just can't see the comments. So don't feel bad if I don't respond. That was a wonder. Did I show the Wonder Frank? Oh, yeah, I guess. But if you're on there, you know, like I always appreciate Christopher Brown coming in and giving us information. Although some days, you know, Christopher Brown's also the first one to tell us, like, try to tell us that somebody passes away. I always bust his chops for whenever he's the bearer of bad news. But in all seriousness, you know, it's important to comment. Commenting is good for views on Facebook. I don't know if anybody even noticed, but I actually changed the way my profile gets looked at. Oh, that's a cool card right there. I am now considered a digital creator. Whatever the heck that means. So I haven't graduated to influencer yet. That's what that means. I don't know if I'd want to be ever considered an influencer. I think I give good advice. I'm a believer in like making your own decisions and, you know, having a free mind. So like, wouldn't want people blindly following what I say. Again, what are we doing here? We're doing an experiment. I could be like, oh man, megas are the worst thing to get ever. I don't know why anybody would ever get a mega, ever. That's not true. You can pull good stuff out of them. But a lot of the big stuff is harder. And again, the way that the base packs are, it gives you the least opportunity for, you know, getting those you know, you don't get any color parallels, right? You don't build up you know, inserts cards with some of the big names that don't get included in the base set. And, you know, it's tough. It's tough. But then, you know, we broke open those 10 mega boxes and we had a lot of repetition on the big prospects. So, that can be a good thing. It always depends on how the card falls. Somebody could give you the greatest deal ever on a hobby box, and you can still lose your shirt on it. And somebody, people, oh gosh, the complaining about people who buy stuff and flip it. Like, I mean, technically, isn't that what anybody that sells something does? And if nobody ever sold anything, then how would you be able to buy it? I get some of the frustrations, especially those who cut corners and, don't do things the right way. I don't think it's right that people bribe the vendors and backdoor things and stuff like that. Totally against that. But I mean, if a place doesn't have a limitation, somebody says, here on these shelves, there's $520 bills. You can have them for $5 a piece. I mean, can you blame the person? So somebody flips a retail box at 3 times the value, and you get an amazing hit. What does it matter? Marcelo the Creator. Yeah, I could trademark that. I don't know. There's probably other things I should trademark before that, though. Like ripping you a new one since 2014. Don't anybody steal that. But yeah. We got Luis Angel Acuna. And Will Wagner, Billy Wagner's son, Dusty Baker's son. So you got a little father-son connection there. And check that out. We're going to go atomic on our Invicta. 111 out of 150. Now I'm looking at this card, and it looks like it's been through the movie Scarface. So let me put this to the side. I don't want to sleeve that just yet. I want to make sure I gently remove some of that. Spencer Torkelson for Los Tigres. And yeah, that usually comes right out on a cotton surface. Very good. I think I got most of it. So there you go. That doesn't look like he's playing in the snow. We're covered in blow. I like the parallels coming out of these hobby boxes. So what do you guys want to see next? Do you want to see megas or blasters? What do you want to see next? We're going to put it to a vote. That's what we did last time. I think we voted on what will come out first last time, but this time it's going to be what's coming out second. Do you want to see mega boxes or do you want to see the blasters? I got one vote for blasters. I said the jumbo was going to be at the end. Oh, look, because we got a parallel Invicta, so now we got a base one too. We have one vote for jumbo. A vote for mega. So what are we going to break next? Another vote for jumbo. You're all killing me here. It's you California guys. Don't follow direction. No, I'm counting it. Jumbos are in the lead. Two votes for jumbos. Voting will end when I'm done with this stack, and I got to open whatever's next. All right. Even if you're not in the break, you can vote. All right. The only thing is, if you're dead, you can't vote. All right. I know that that's hard for some to understand. But is it bad that I feel bad for him? I mean, I would if I were married to that, I'd probably be drinking all the time too. No, I don't condone that at all. Not at all. But there is still a little bit of truth in what I said. We got Julio Rodriguez, Mariners. I'm going to refrain from political commentary because I'm trying to increase my Facebook reach. Marcelo Meyer, High Five Futures. Elijah Tatis, who hasn't really shown much in the minor leagues. I don't think he's going to be having as much of a chance of joining family in the big leagues as, say, a Luis Angel or Brian Acuna would. Yeah, I've kind of avoided that somehow. Simon Muzziotti, 283 out of 399. So Junior San Quentin, 138 out of 299. So technically, I don't think I've ever been in Facebook jail, but I did have my page suspended for 4 hours. Again, it's nice to make a rule on something and I'll follow it. But when you make a rule and then you count strikes against somebody for something that they did when it wasn't an infraction, all right, I'm not talking about PEDs. But I do think Bonds and Clemens eventually should go into the Hall of Fame. But I had some things on Facebook about fantasy sports because we always every year had a fantasy league. Now you notice last year we didn't do it, and there was a reason why, and it's because business pages. Technically, fantasy is considered a game of skill, not a game of chance, in 49 states. No, Pete doesn't get in until he's dead. Robert Hassel. See, the difference between Pete and Bonds and Clemens is that Bonds and Clemens, their peers can vote them in. And I think they will. Pete Rose is banned by the league office. And something major, there's Robert Hassel for the Padres, now for sale. Something major would have to happen in order for Pete Rose to get let off the hook. And I really think that because of his circumstance, um, where he lied and he has made some pleas to have mercy on him and let him in. He broke literally like the rule for many years. I don't know if it still is, but for many years, this was a rule posted on every single clubhouse in baseball. Don't bet on baseball. All right. For many years, there was a sign posted on every clubhouse that said that, essentially. Probably said other things too. So you can't say the same about Bonds and Clemens because they pissed off the writers. The writers are not on the Veterans Committee. It's former players and I think managers and executives can be on there too. I forget how that goes, but it has nothing to do with the writers. All right. Pete Rose has nothing to do with the writers either. Both of these, once you have done, what is it, 8 years now? It used to be 10, and then they cut it down to 8. Or no, is it 10 years and it used to be 15? That's what it was. 15 years, it used to be you could remain on the writer's ballot. Now it's 10. All right? Once that is done, the writers, you're done with the writers. You don't have to worry, any care about what the writers have to say. They could all think you're a jackass and it doesn't matter. Now, if all the players hate you too, that's a different story. I don't think Mike Piazza's ever going to vote Roger Clemens in, but I don't think he's on the Veterans Committee. Be interesting. So we have 2 votes for the jumbo. So I guess we're gonna be done with the small stuff right away. Not as far as money power, but as far as the amount of cards that we're going to see. So again, we've got our haul here from our hobby boxes. And I'm not going to obviously go over everything until the recap, but I did just want to point out again, part of my hypothesis was that you do get a little bit better shot at color the way that the hobby boxes fall. And the first time we did it, again, 2 boxes is very small sample size. 10 megas, there's room for error there. You get a few bad ones, but then you get a couple good ones to make up for it. Same with the 15 blasters. We had a very good jumbo box last time around. I don't know what's going to come out of this one, but it's very possible we don't duplicate the same kind of results. I mean, I hope we do. We had a couple good hits, but I would love to see a really, really good first Bowman Chrome numbered to less than 100. I would definitely like to see that. Yeah, there's a lot of people that were difficult when it came to voting for the Hall of Fame. And I mean, all right, look. Mariano Rivera clearly. Look at this. Hopefully that refractor is intact. little bit of garbage there. Let's see, did that scratch anything? Doesn't look like it. Little bit of refractor garbage there. You can see here we have regular paper. So at this point, the layers have been pressed together, but I think that's kind of cool. I don't know. Maybe I'll hold on to that. Mariano, greatest closer of all time. Not the greatest player. And there are many position players who deserved 100% of the vote. And they didn't get it. Look at that first class. Babe Ruth, Ty Cobb. There's so many who deserved 100% of the vote. Mariano Rivera was the first to get it. And again, I have nothing against Rivera. I am 100% agreement with him being in the Hall. I'm actually 100% agreement in him getting 100% of the vote because at his position, he was the best. And he had longevity, a longevity that we probably won't see much of unless things change in the sports world. Which right now, I don't think we ever see that kind of longevity again because players are babied so much. Not all of Mariano Rivera's career was it one and done on the innings. You don't see a lot of relievers now do those 1 2/3 inning saves. And again, for a lot of Rivera, a lot of Rivera's career, it was just 1, 2, 3, set him down, right? But Rivera was a guy that was capable of giving you a little bit of extra once in a while. He wasn't Goose Gossage or anything like that as far as, I'm going to go 2 1/3 innings or something like that. But, different eras. We got to understand that. Definitely deserved 100% of the vote. But there's easily 25 players who probably deserved 100% of the vote and didn't get it. Maybe I wouldn't say a homer because it's not my home team, but maybe I'm pulling for the wrong guy. Oh, Bert Blyleven deserved to be in the Hall of Fame sooner than he did. Lee Smith was great. Don't get me wrong. You got Benny Montgomery here. This is what I like about the jumbos. Lots of inserts per pack. So next to the blasters, this is where you're going to get a lot of those insert cards. And again, just like we saw in the hobby with a few of those, getting some nice color never hurts. I don't think Lee Smith was a 100% guy. I do think he probably deserved. I mean, he was more 86% or something like that. I don't think he broke 90%. He shouldn't have been on there for what was it, 13 years? And Bert Blyleven was 14 years. I mean, you got to remember, Hall of Fame, you do have to be exceptionally special. You have to be one of the top pitchers in your era. It doesn't necessarily mean you end up on a good team, though. I mean, Blyleven has some phenomenal numbers and incredible longevity. I mean, really, if you take out, you shouldn't penalize a guy who can still perform better than league average going into the 20, 21st, 25th years of his career, right? I don't think they should be penalized. If they play for 5 years, batting 100 or having an ERA of 6, yes, you penalize them because you don't know when to quit. You took a good thing and you now made it not so good. You tainted it. But if you were throwing an ERA of 3.5 and you're 44 years old, look at what Nolan Ryan did. Oh, yeah, Blyleven had over 300 Ks. He was just short of 300 wins, but he was a 500 pitcher. He was what was he, 291 and 277? Or was that Nolan Ryan? Was Blyleven even tighter? Colson Montgomery Invicta. Well, I'm coming up big on the Invictas at least. These are guys who threw 300 to 325 innings a year, most years for 10, 12, 15 years. All right. And next autograph is going to go to the Twins, Carlos Aguilar. So Carlos Aguilar for the Twinkies. He's got a nice little autograph there. He's pretty. He knows his cursive too. But, does my heart bleed for Jack Morris? No. I almost consider Jack Morris. I consider him more Hall worthy than Harold Baines, but as far as pitchers go, kind of in the same criteria there. A very good pitcher, a very elite pitcher. There was just so many good pitchers that pitched during the time frame that he did. I don't think he's one of the best two of his era. You always look at it as, did you dominate a 5-year period as a top 3 guy, or a 3-year period as clearly the number 1 guy, and then have a decade of high performance? Mike Trout's already made the Hall of Fame. The second he walked on the field, I think last year, right? That would have been his, or was it this year? The second he walked on the field and got his 10-year qualifier, that's it, man. Game over. Oh, what's this? 115 out of 125. It's a green-ish. It's not green, but it's like a, I don't know, blue-green shimmer. I don't know what color that is. They keep adding one every year. You ever notice that? It used to be just like superfractor, red, orange, gold, blue, and purple, and then a regular refractor. And then we started getting these yellows and pink and I don't know, fuchsia, magenta, periwinkle. So 37. So yeah, Nolan Ryan's was tighter. 287 and 250. Nolan Ryan, again, I mean, nobody can argue once he hit 5,000 strikeouts. And he got many more above 5,000. Once he hit 5,000 strikeouts, there's no argument Nolan Ryan's making the Hall of Fame. And he did get 300 wins, so he has that on top of it too. But Blyleven was close, and you look at the years that he, first of all, again, he started in like 69. No, before that. I don't know. He started in the 60s, maybe 67. What year did he start? Somewhere around there. And he threw until 90, 91. I mean, he was around forever. He and Carlton Fisk, I think, had, oh my goodness. So it's June. So we're not going to have to worry about New Year's Eve. I'm not saying anymore. If you were watching from earlier on, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. $1970? It wasn't 69? You sure it wasn't 69? 70 to 92? It's still 22 years. Nolan Ryan, I think, was 27 years. So you figure 5 years more, 45 more wins. So, but a lot more losses too. And Nolan Ryan being a power pitcher, I think Blyleven might have had more complete games too than Nolan Ryan. I'm not sure though. A lot of complete games. I think Blyleven led the league a few years in that. Different times. different times. Ronnie Mauricio. I am excited for this that's coming up. So, got Julio Rodriguez. All right, there we go. Chris is doing our stat checking, which is different than fact checking, but kind of the same. With statistics, you know it's a fact. With fact checking, nowadays anything's game. So, how many complete games did each of them have? Because I'm pretty sure Nolan Ryan had quite a few more appearances, more game starts. David, are you just popping in here? It says David Sipes is watching on my screen. Are you just popping in here? So earlier we were talking about how we've been breaking for 8 years, and every year, except for maybe one I don't remember, but I think every year, we managed to hit a superfractor in one Bowman product or another. All right, and now that includes Bowman Chrome, Bowman Draft, Bowman's Best. But here, straight up Bowman. 1 of 1. For the Cubbies, Brennan Davis. Super, thanks for asking. Ranked number, definitely a solid player. Ranked number 36 on the top 100 prospect list. You're calling Rookie of the Year when he hits the show? Okay. I don't think... who's Holly? Yeah, well, if Bradley's watching, he probably wishes you didn't. David, let me ask you a question. All right? Mike Kelly can answer this for you. What does hashtag AKYT stand for? I give all the credit to Mike Kelly for that one. Lester came up with the saying after missing a massive National Treasures hit in football a few years back. And then Michael Kelly came up with the hashtag, always keep your teams. And I understand that can't always be done. It's why we break things up into, like in this case, this is not a cookie cutter type break, right? But a lot of times when we split up cases, right, and then people drop, and then it's like those 5 tribute boxes sitting over there. They could have been in a break. But if I put them all together in one giant case break with something else, then it would have never filled. I try to make it so that you can take small bites and still get the whole meal. He's a PC of yours? Awesome. I love it when stuff like that finds a good home. the right home. So yeah, super pull right there. Matter of fact, I'm just going to tweet it now. Just going to take a little snapshot of that. Yeah. One of one. Use that photo. There, let's see. Let's see if we get some more views because of that. Let's utilize social media in real time, right? So the Super of Brendan Davis top 100 auto has now been pulled. So yeah. All right, I got an Invicta coming up. This is one not coming my way. Oh yeah, man. We even got them in lime green. That's like a Panini thing. Talking about all the colors. They seem to add one every year. From the ones, I don't know. They changed the formats for Bowman in 2016 and kind of got, the jumbos and all that stuff into the mix. Bowman Chrome changed. I feel like that's when they started adding new things. And then you had shimmers added in, right? And you had waves added. I think waves came first. Waves, then shimmers. Now you have lavas. Which I think it's a good thing that they've done that in the very least, because as production numbers goes up, it still makes good pulls like that reachable. I don't think it's oversaturated like a lot of people claim. I always hate the expression junk era 2.0. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You don't have like tens of millions of the same card over and over again anymore. You have a lot of base tops. You probably have a lot on Bowman as far as production numbers go. Although that's questionable again. I think the hobby production is down and a lot of stuff got stuck in the blasters. All right. I think the retail boxes are about as strong as they normally are as far as like the regular retail. Can I read? I can't reach it right now. It's behind me though. Maybe I can move over. I don't know. Maybe not. But the regular retail boxes, I feel like not much different. But I feel like the blasters have been yielding a lot more autos, and let's face it, in a lot of sets, especially with Panini stuff, the blasters are usually kind of rough. I mean, I guess the expression has become hangers or bangers. There's actually some truth to that, depending on what set it is. Sometimes there's no winning, like Prestige Football or, I mean, I shouldn't say no winning because, again, a lot of people, kids in particular, they just want a lot of cards. I want 64 cards, not 20. There's nothing wrong with that. Cereal boxes are not blasters. They're actually worse than blasters. The cereal boxes were, I think they started that with soccer, and then they started creating them for the Panini Kids products. Really, the last time the cereal box concept was used was with Topps Baseball a number of years ago. I want to say 2010. Maximo Acosta, and there were special inserts that would come out of those. I don't even think you get that in the Panini cereal boxes. I think they're just the equivalent of um, what packs are in a dollar store. A cereal box is to a blaster, right? So dollar store pack compared to regular pack, cereal box to blaster. I think that's your comparison there. So there's Maximo Acosta, Yoelqui Cespedes. All about that base, about that base. I like the jumbos as a breaker. All that paper, all right in a row. You can just blow right through it, but I can still, show off everybody's name easily. Chrome, I want to be more careful with when I handle them. When I get stuff in sleeves, and I don't want to scratch the cards, so I don't want to go too many cards in a row and have them in a disorganized pile, and then when you smooth it together, it ends up, possibly being an effect to the cards. Again, all first Bowmans I sleeve before I ship them. 5 out of 499, Emmanuel Rodriguez. But I'm also trying to conserve time a little bit tonight. We're already at 11 o'clock, and we still got a lot of stuff to open up. So PayPal, what do I think? What that's worth? I would have. That's a card that has to have research done on it. You know what I'm saying? That one you can't just kind of pull something out of the air for it. You have to look at other one-of-one Brennan Davis cards if there's something similar out there. Like if Bowman Draft had a Brennan Davis insert superfractor that sold, it'd be comparable. You'd still have to make some adjustments, especially this is the newer product. But yeah, you definitely have to find something comparable. You couldn't compare it to a Panini one-of-one or a Leaf one-of-one either, right? It's got to be something, Bowman based. Kevin Alcantara, Robert Hassel. And then a lot of times you gotta look at players that are their sales, they're kind of comparable. They're similar. I don't know why I only opened one pack. I meant to do all three. Let's see. There we go. Our final autograph is in my hands. Shane Bass. Yoelqui Cespedes. DL Hall. Jake Berger. And number 255 out of 299. You know, we talked about waves and shimmers and lavas. Almost forgot about them speckles. Do I think it's over 1K? Not definitely, no. You got to remember this, it's an insert, right? So those will go less than a base historically. So definitely, without a doubt, a 3-figure card. Definitely, without a doubt. Especially we're in June and July time before the National. So sometimes what is normally $1,000 card is maybe a $700 card at this time of the year. I'm not saying that that's the numbers I'm thinking on that card, but that's got a little bit to do with it too. But I guess this is a good time right now, since we're done with the jumbo box right here. This is the last couple cards. Since we're done with the jumbo box, we can take a quick peek at Brennan Davis and see if we have a comparable card out there. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. All right. Oh my goodness. All right. Before I do that, because I was tracking. So we know how O'Neal Cruz broke. I'm not going to take too long with this story, but it's a good one. How O'Neal Cruz broke the RBI record. So Father's Day, a customer, right? I do them a solid. They're like, I need something for my dad. We're coming home from church, but we were doing some errands to pick up some things so that we could barbecue and, have a family day. And the store was closed. And I'm like, I'll swing by. And the guy wanted a jumbo pack of Top Series 2. So I opened the box. So now I've got my little box loader, right? And then got 2 silver packs. And I'm like, well, it's Father's Day. Why don't I just open open up those silver packs? What the heck, right? That's some fun. And this guy had just sold for $280. And I was like, wow, that's awesome. So then he gets called up and he's got sales of $450 and $400. So I had a few people on Twitter asking me about this, how much. Somebody asked me on Facebook, and I'm just like, I'm going to wait until his game today, because if he breaks that record, I have a feeling this is going to go higher up. There was actually one auction that was running, and I'm like, I'm gonna wait till that auction finishes. So I'm thinking like maybe we'll get back to that 450, even close to 500. And this is what the last one just went for. Oh, all right, that card's just doubled since Sunday. And this guy been kind of under the radar. Number 24 prospect, I think, on the Bowman 100. Oh, yeah, man, I'll sell. That's what I'm here for, That is how quick this market moves nowadays. People say, oh, well, if you don't have anything priced, then you're just wasting my time. Really? I mean, I can swing this camera around here. How long do you think it's going to take me to price all this stuff? and then do it every day. Nope, 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 nope. Sorry, not going to do it. Actually, I do need to update the pin post though with all the box prices because it's been a while and some stuff's come down. So if you want to know how much something is, just ask. It might actually be a little bit cheaper. Because again, we are in that June-July dip. But yeah, going back to the Brennan Davis. Brennan Davis, 1/1 auto. Never gonna get all them eBay 101s, right? We're also gonna get the Leaf and maybe some of the Panini stuff, like the Elite Extradition and all that. He had a few first Bowman printing plates. Looks like somebody was trying to complete the set because on May 31st, 3 of them sold. About 500 a piece, give or take. Yeah, there's not really a lot of there's no good comps on it right now. And doesn't look like anything comparable for sale either. So then the next thing to do is do 2022 Bowman. This is how you find comps on a tough card. And sometimes you can't do it. Sometimes you really have to. It's just like with real estate, right? When I think comps, all right, I think of like houses because I used to be in that business. I used to do mortgages, and we'd have to analyze appraisals and stuff like that, and make sure that the house was worth the percentage that we were allowed to go up to. So here's a Brennan Davis. Oh wait, that's not an auto. Hold on. 2022 Bowman Brennan Davis auto. Let's see if we can find any of those. And the answer is no. So that's a wash. So now 2022 Bowman top 100 auto, 1/1. And let's see if we can get a comparable player. Somebody is asking $4,000 or best offer for Christian Hernandez. I think he's a little bit higher hobby rated. Obviously, on the top 100, he's higher because Christian Hernandez is 82. I think that's way overblown price. Gunnar Henderson, they're asking $2,750, and I think that's an overblown price. Maybe Gunnar Henderson was a second rounder and Kauser was a supplemental first rounder. I could be wrong on that. Let's see if we can find sold ones. JJ Bleday went for $255, and he's a higher prospect than Brennan Davis. Noelvi Marte went for $515. Now I like Davis right around the same there. Khalil Watson went for $1,000. He's the top guy in this new class, right? So if I had to price it, and again, I never give like a strict dollar amount. I give kind of like a range. If I had to price it, I mean, you could ask anywhere probably between $250 and $500 if you were getting rid of it. I think that's fair. That's a wide gap, but it's a one of a kind card. And again, when you have super collectors out there, all right, and a lot of people look to get, try to PC Bowman prospects before they hit the majors. I think that wide of a gap is justified. So, blasters. So we did the jumbo, we did the hobbies. We've talked about a number of things, including how to comp a superfractor. Jeter Downs went back. Auctions aren't priced. Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a double-edged sword with auctions. I'm going to open these 3 at a time for time's sake. Auctions are a fixed amount of time. So limited amount of people are going to see it. Maybe the right person doesn't end up seeing the auction. But they also reflect, they're open-ended. So the buyer and those who want to buy but don't end up winning are dictating the market. So in that sense, I feel like auctions carry a little bit more accuracy in that sense as long as the listing's done right. Yeah, timing can be everything. Absolutely. And you can't help when you pull the card, but so whereas fixed price, a lot of people set the number high and allow for a best offer. But there's a lot of people whose best offers are kind of, I don't want to say dumb, but maybe desperate sometimes, or they just don't care. I got this superfractor in a break I paid, $100 for. I'll be happy with 300. I mean, I've done it. I've done it too. I've sold cards that I probably could have gotten more for, but I wanted the sale. Case in point, I think I priced that Adam Cole superfractor that I hit more than fairly, and I sold it right away. And, now that, we know the things that we know, and Panini ended up getting the license, and that drove up the price of a lot of, if he gets called up and does well, yeah, that skyrockets. Case in point, the O'Neal Cruz. O'Neal Cruz, right around the same level as Brennan Davis 2 weeks ago, if you ask me. A lot of people were shocked that he didn't make the opening day roster. I wouldn't go as far as shocked for myself, but it was kind of surprising, but he only got called up for 2 games. So that doesn't guarantee you a spot next year. So I'm definitely not shocked, but I mean, the Pirates aren't that great of a team. So, I mean, what did the guy have to do to get a roster spot? No, but it's good to know what it's worth too, right? Especially if it is worth 4 or 5 figures, you might want to get, a little insurance on that or something. Who knows? But what was I? It's just one of those things where, you get called up, and we just see with O'Neal Cruz, his card's doubled. Sunday, 280. Thursday night, 610. Now, granted, he did something nobody in history's ever done. I mean, let's face it, the guy whose record he broke, right? I mean, it wasn't somebody who ended up being a Hall of Famer. Not even Hall of very close. Okay. Respectable player, but it's still an impressive feat nonetheless. How long has baseball been around? Nobody's ever done this. At least not in the modern era. I don't know how well stats were kept in 1888. But yeah, definitely definitely a cool thing there. And so, he gets called up. Brandon Davis gets called up, and he hits, safely in his first 10 games, or he hits 4 home runs in his first week up. Yeah, people are gonna get excited. People are gonna, throw money at it. Influencers are gonna talk about him. I've been waiting on this guy to get called up for years, and now I'm gonna dump that shit. It's like new LV Marte. So we know the Superfractor auto of that card's gone. That was one of the 3 comparables we used. And that's the thing, there's just such a misunderstanding in a lot of people's mind on how comparables work. They're not static, they're fluid. Right? O'Neal Cruz is super hot right now. Well, this is how it works. There's 4 sales, so there's the last 5 sales, right? They're all within the last week, so they're close. They're all the same, right? Even though one's 610 and one's 280. We need to average those all together, and then we need to lower it by 15% because it's eBay, and that's what you're supposed to do because that's in the unwritten rule sheet, right? And so that card is worth $282. Yeah, man. That's what I'll pay you for it, man. Bro, do me a favor, bro. Come on, man. Really? I love kids in the hobby. I probably shouldn't say this because kid came in the store just today. But I love kids in the hobby. But every once in a while, you find one, and it's like, when he grows up, he's probably going to be the type of collector that I'm just not a fan of. And, I got broed like 30 times. Ooh, Christian Hernandez. That's not bad for paper. 180 to 399. Do me a solid, bro. Come on. Hook, he didn't say hook me up because he's not old like me. But whatever the new kids say. And it's like, it's just part of me wants to be like, there's a lot of people that don't respect being talked to that way. Especially, I'm not a get off my porch kind of guy, right? But talk to me like a person. All right. I don't know. Got Matt Manning. I hate unwritten rules of the hobby because a lot of them ain't written right. Cleveland Rocks there, Lava Refractor, 58 out of 250. Jose Pastrano, a little Pastrano and rye, right? Corned beef and pastrano. No, it's pastrami. So a little purple refractor action there. All right. Again, we're opening up blasters, but there's something to it. Yeah, no autos yet, but it's not a waste. And then you get that good blaster, and it makes it all better. Yeah, WWE Prism has dropped a lot. I gotta be honest, though. I really do think that there is a lot of buying going on at that price. I think there's a lot of panic selling because the market's slow. And oftentimes, wrestling is one of those things that gets looked at to dump first. Wrestling is often clearanced, even in today's market. Right? WWE Fully Loaded, the first year was a product you couldn't get your hands on because they were being hoarded by the distributors. And then all of a sudden, right, it becomes a cash flow thing. And then these things were getting dumped for like $50, and then they rebounded up to $75. This past years, the 2021s are now going through the same cycle. Wrestling often gets clearanced. Non-sport often gets clearance. Leaf often gets clearanced, and then it rebounds. I still think that WWE Prism will be a valuable box to have a year from now. And really, I mean, yeah, things have come down in the singles market, but if you look at it, if you look at the dollar value of hits coming out of some of those WWE Prism boxes, still, there's some decent money out there on the table for some of these parallels. That market hasn't really suffered, the singles market. And usually there's some sort of correlation. So when I see a break in the pattern, yeah, definitely. If I had like $100,000 laying around, I would have no problem, none whatsoever, picking up one or two cases at $500 a box. No problem. Absolutely none whatsoever. And I would just put them in a dark place and wait. And I have no problem. Like I've still got WWE Chrome. When Fanatics gets WWE back, right? Yeah, I don't have $100,000 lying around, so I wouldn't be. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had the bank account that high. There's Ellie De La Cruz. I like that Chrome. But yeah, I think that they'll go back up to over 1,000. Look at what 2018, 2019 UFC, those are two boxes I have on hand. Look at what 2017 UFC goes for. UFC is a different animal, right? You have rookie cards of fighters, right? Rookie cards in baseball, they can become instant stars. It doesn't really work that way in UFC. You got to fight your way up your weight class. You have promising fighters. You have guys that can move up relatively quickly. But, not everybody can move up that quick. And it's not like you play 162 games a year. As a younger fighter, you may fight 3 or 4 times in a year. And usually you're not competing for a world championship until you've had somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 fights. And they got to be good ones. Maybe even wait till 15. So it takes time. With wrestling, it's a little different because wrestling autographs are much more easily obtained. Although, here's the thing. If you notice, WWE is not letting people use their real names or their originating gimmicks anymore. Matter of fact, they would prefer to have guys not really ever involved much in the indie scene at all. That's the NXT 2.0 philosophy. I mean, people end up getting dropped on their head and broken necks that way. Well, technically, I mean, he was before 2.0, but you kind of get my drift. Braun Breaker hasn't become an established star. Gable Steveson hasn't even wrestled a match yet. Those were two of the big hype guys. Hype, upside, two different things. Those guys got hyped to the moon, and so did Dogecoin. And where is it now? All right. To the moon, Alice. Blue Jays. Steven Machado, 118 out of 150. And there's been also a lot of roster turnover. All right. Which means, as of right now, the hardcore WWE fan base is not getting those guys. And maybe they'll come back, guys and girls, right? Maybe they'll come back. But I mean, like, unfortunately, like, we would get all hyped up about these NXT wrestlers when they make the main roster. And then they totally get diarrhea booking. And next thing you know, they're future endeavored. It's tough. So, speaking of wrestling, I found something interesting out yesterday. I was trying to look up some information about some independent wrestlers and where they ended up, you know. And I stumbled across this thing called the Internet Wrestling Database. I don't know if any of you Marks have ever looked at that before. And I found something very interesting. Right? Is that what it's called? The Internet Wrestling Database, IWD. Yes. I found something very interesting out. Somehow I am in it. I guess the show that we were at, somebody reported the results. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. And then I saw they misspelled my name. And I was kind of disappointed at that. I wasn't sure whether to be upset or angry. There may have been some Cheetos involved. There wasn't. We didn't have any. But I looked for them, damn it. So if you go on the Internet Wrestling Database, so right there, no pay-per-view matches, but one match, and I defeated Lost Cause. It's kind of small print. October 26, 2001. It almost made me want to be like, I want to have the biggest gap on the Internet Wrestling Database. I think I need to train, get myself back down to 215 pounds, right? Get some of that muscle tone back, and try to continue my undefeated streak. Wife's definitely asleep because I think I would hear some comments, and that'd get my Facebook comments moving. What the? Are you out of your mind? I was supposed to get x-rays 2 months ago, and I still haven't gone. That's what you do. You run till the wheels fall off, baby. So there we go. My legacy is cemented forever. Just with an I instead of a U. Was that the orange shimmer, or was that one of the other oranges? So that'd be awesome if that's a $400 card. Orange shimmer, all right. So May 25th, it's still, that's a month ago. So you'd have to kind of factor in minor league performance since then, but definitely, I always say it doesn't necessarily matter who it is. It used to be 50 or less, but nowadays you can even say 99 or less. You get green or better, and you're usually in good shape as far as position players go. Pitchers, not always. And then there's some guys that, for example, Elijah Tatis may not be the best example of this because he still has the name Tatis, but nobody going crazy over a guy batting like a buck 10. Ronnie Mauricio, 210 out of 250. Orange regular chrome 499. Yeah, that's about right. Usually it's those parallels take about an 80% penalty. Again, also whether it was at auction or what you call it, buy it now is a factor. Tough to say. All right. Let's get the next 3 boxes out. I haven't decided if I'm going to yet. The National is the one place where I really have a good opportunity to do them, though, because I'm in the Breakers Pavilion. So it's not like when I'm at a show, I'm like setting up all the way until like the show starts, and then the dealers are coming and buying stuff from me, and then it's open to the public and people are buying stuff from me. And then I'm just busy all the way until like an hour after the show ends when the dealers are, if it's a good show, and generally they have been lately, the dealers are usually shopping at the very end, last minute, trying to pick up some things from me. Best offer taken. So then there might even be something left on the table there. But at the Breakers Pavilion, it's pretty much like I got my setup. Now it's even easier because it used to be I tarped my stuff off, but now I have like the locking bags, the what do they call them, like coffin bags or body bags or whatever. So I mean, I could actually lock my stuff up. It's just, are they gonna give me a spot? That still hasn't, that question hasn't been answered, as well as how the packages are working out. Are they going to give me a full-time spot, or they're going to allocate me minutes? Because I'm still going to go if they allocate me minutes. But it's going to change how I set up there a lot. And I won't be happy if I'm allocated minutes at all. Especially, it's in my home state. I don't take a lot of things personally when it comes to business, but you're in my home state. If I get a package, I better get a table the whole time. Especially with what I've been put through as far as allocations go. But again, just because they cut my allocations, they're like, but you're spending less. Well, yeah, but you cut my allocations. You give me no incentive to buy from you. I was buying cases off the shelf, and then you told me that wasn't good enough. And then I stopped buying off the shelf, and you told me, well, you're not buying off the shelf. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. And try to fool me again, and you're a jerk. The heck is that? Just flip the runway. Definitely not a short bit. Maybe we'll see that 2021 Chrome Platinum come out before the National. How delayed is that product? Got Marcelo Meyer. For real, how delayed is that product? Over a year. It was supposed to come out May of last year, initially, before the first time it got pushed back. Wait, no, maybe not May. Maybe it was August. I don't remember. Yeah, no, it wasn't May of last year. That was something else. That was Big League. That's right. Big League was May of last year, and that just came out like maybe 6 weeks ago. And then that was August. So, but we're still getting close to a year. It still hasn't come out. Yeah, regular Chrome was supposed to come out at the National, and then that was supposed to come out a little later. And neither of those dates were met. But, I mean, we've seen 2021 Chrome out for a long time. 2022 might come out before the 2021 Platinum. There's James Wood. I forgot to top load those other ones earlier, but that won't get missed later because I think they're mine. Khalil Watson. I feel like you don't see a lot of base Khalil Watson as far as the Chromes go. I always feel like we see a lot more of Wood, a lot more of Valera. Yeah, Facebook's quiet too. I don't know. Am I not interesting anymore? Should I just quit breaking? I don't bro people enough. You definitely don't want to see me in a half shirt. Not right now, anyway. I've lost a little bit, but I'm definitely not where I would need to be to add another notch on the Internet Wrestling database. Bruh. Trey Sweeney. And this blaster will close out with nothing else major. A couple of good chromes. I don't know. I almost feel like it's time to find another one or two established breakers and pool our resources together. Because I know there's other guys going through the same thing where things are slower. And I mean, we had, many a loyal customer who always, good to us here and never said a bad thing about us, but then they get like a new best friend and they're, copying and pasting everything that other person writes and, saying they're a legend of the business and, they don't even have a resume. It's kind of weird seeing that. And it's like, all right, so I didn't do anything wrong. I do a good job. There's people that, oh, so-and-so, I was just talking to him the other day about you. And it's like, oh, that's cool. I'm glad they're saying nice things about me. I mean, they haven't bought into anything in like 2 years, but I'm not going to hold that against them. But it's just weird sometimes, the way things are in the hobby. And like, I don't know, I guess it's my fault. I don't overhype things, maybe I'm a passionate person, but maybe I just don't I try to keep things real and level, and maybe I don't generate that passion in new collectors like I used to 8 years ago. Because now there's just it's not like, oh wow, like, this is cool. It's like this secret world. Now it's like so many people are involved in it, and you have a lot of different personalities. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should do some TikToks and I don't know. I mean, I gotta watch what I do in here. There's people living upstairs, and there's a fire code, so I can't shoot off fireworks every time we get a $3 relic. I don't know. Maybe it's my fault. Vidal Brujan, number 29 prospect. That gets overlooked a lot of times. Good, solid middle infielder. I don't know. I give free information out, and other people charge $20 a month for a Discord or some kind of information sharing thing. Only cards. Yeah, well, June and July is always slow, and I'm not talking about June and July. I'm talking about like 10 months of this. You know, it's just, and I know a lot of it started as metrics. Unfortunately, when metrics go down, and I'm not getting any football, so my football supply is way down. My baseball supply is down, but I have enough, and I can always find some. I don't think it has anything to do with stimulus money, and so we got 69 out of 99. I don't like to give like real numbers out because it's kind of a personal thing, but I'm going to say this: when you go from $60,000 to $100,000 in sale on PayPal in a month to between 5 and 15 for 10 months in a row, something's up. Now, I didn't keep somebody from getting a Kaboom number to 10 Trevor Lawrence. All right. I did not ship somebody's 1 of 1 card. Don't worry, David. It's coming. It's coming. I just pulled it. You haven't even. No, I'm just kidding. And yet, why do I have such a big drop off? But it's not clear cut like that because shows are doing good, and the store is exceeding slightly my expectations. It's not every day, but I mean, I get some good days at the shop here where I'm it's different than a card show where it's a lot of people in one space. You just exert a ton of energy and pack everything out, and then you run nonstop for 2 or 3 straight days because I don't do the one-day shows anymore. It's just too much. Not enough return. And then, you have your travel. If I'm traveling to Charlotte, to Tampa, even to New York can be, 3 hours to Long Island plus traffic. Pedro Pineda, 133 out of 250. I do well at the shows, so I don't really think stimulus money has anything to do with it. In the retail world, it might. See, and that's the thing. Like 90% of the talk you hear about is retail. Retail this, retail that, blasters, hangers, blah, 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 blah. But the actual real money does not come from retail. How many, you say, oh, but there's so many blasters. Okay. Flawless, $10,000 box. How many $30 blasters, right? We'll go with suggested retail prices. We're talking about retail shells. We know those $30 blasters can go anywhere from, 35 to 75, depending on what set it is. But just using the shelf price here, right? How many of those does it take to equal $10,000? How many cases of Flawless do they make? It's not a lot compared to how many Bowman cases they make. But I'll tell you what, it's probably a higher number than you'd think. I mean, you got guys that go through hundreds of them, hundreds of cases, right? And it's just all money, cookie cutter money break, cookie cutter money break. Not everybody gets a prize, sorry, but when you're paying that much money, all right, you probably don't care if you get a stack of $10 cards. Remove the regulars, and how many names have come and gone in breaks over the last 2 years? Quite a few. Quite a few. Here for a good time, here for a short time. But it's also a diluted market. Like, what people think a breaker is not what a breaker is. Oh, we already got our first autograph. And guess what? It's chrome and it's color. There we go. All right. But no, these were people that were consistently in stuff for over a year, over 2 years, some 3 years, 4 years. But the breaks did get pricier, and not everybody, a lot of people have shifted over to retail. And I never went. I'm not Ahab. I don't go hunting for whales. All right, I treat everybody the same. Whether you spend $10 with me or whether you spend 10,000, I try to give everybody a good experience, and it's there's some budget levels that right now can't afford cards at all. Let's face it. And then others want to get into these $8 breaks where you don't get anything. You're paying $4 to have your stuff shipped on top of it. And it's like 3 cards. And none of them are any good. So, I don't know. I like to do something that provides people value. And I like to educate. And I like to talk sports. All right. The last break of this that we did, we talked a lot of sports. This one, we're talking a lot more hobby than normal. But it's like, I don't know. It's not easy. Like, I can't just be like, hey, bro, want to put some break group together and get more people in? Because, I mean, let's face it. I'm at the point where, just like the middle class in America is dying, the middle class breaker is dying, right? I used to get 3, 4, sometimes as many as 8 cases of, Bowman's Best I always loved. And it was often for years an overlooked product. And I would always get my 8 cases every year, for like 3, 4 years straight. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but a lot's changed since, 2018 when things started to come down. But I've been in this since 2014. I'm not an old schooler, but I'm definitely not a new schooler. And now here we go. Contenders Optic, 2 cases. No. 1 box. 2 cases, right? No. 1 box. Not 20. 1. And I got to feed 4 kids on that. And the worst part is there are people who would want to get in my half case of Contenders Optic, but I don't have half a case to give them. So I can't really blame them that they went somewhere else. That's on the distributor. Believe me, if there's ever talk of a class action, like they did something illegal, like, oh man, I'd line up. I'm not saying that they have, but to think that there aren't some nefarious practices going on, you'd also have to be pretty blind, you know? It's just they clean it up. You don't get your allocation anymore, but you can buy boxes at full value and try to get more in the future. Isn't that kind of like a bribe? It's not, but it feels like it. So I'm not going to do it. Pablo Aliendo in Alien Green, 79 out of 99 for the Cubs. Okay, it's not a superfractor, but it's not bad. So I don't know. I try to get over my grumpiness. And there's just some days where, yeah, Cubbies are hitting hard today. Absolutely. But I think part of my frustration lies with, it's not a hobby anymore. It's just a business. I mean, it was always a business for some. But I do miss some of the hobby aspect of it, right? Some of the passion for the hobby when people get greedy. I think of how many years, the average markup on a Panini product was 22 to 28%. That's what the average markup was. So you don't have to sell 4 or 5 cases to make the same dollar amount that you used to. You just got to sell like 5 or 6 boxes if you're comparing it to 4 or 5 cases. All right. So, and of course, it depends on where the money lies, Like I don't even get Flawless anymore. Flawless is a huge dollar amount, easy dollar amount. I don't even get it anymore. So I can't make it. So even if I'm benefiting off of some of the products, I'm not benefiting off of the best ones, right? And it's hard. I want to, when those markups were that, I was like, all right, so yeah, but blowout's only going 10% over. So I'd be at 10% because I'm trying to, kind of match it. I got a question here. Yes, those are what I'm breaking now. And it's tough because I want to do a break every night. I want to see big hits. Nothing says I stand behind my pricing than the fact that I will eat teams in my breaks. Hands down. All those guys out there, I got to sell every last team before we get started. Come on, people. Like, I don't care. I don't care if it's the low market team, the big market team, the biggest rookie, the worst checklist. If I did my job and I priced the break right, and I say 25 teams we schedule it, or in this case it was 20, right? We got 28 the first round and we got 22 the second. Guess what that averaged out to? I always say law of averages, right? That averages out to 25. So I'm not in any worse position than I would have put myself in 2 weeks ago by doing the first break and then offering it for a second round. Definitely more than making up for it. And again, right there, law of averages. Law of averages. That is something that I believe in. If I do the math right on my end, and all things remain equal, then you will benefit the most on your end. And that's why I will spend an hour and a half dissecting a checklist or multiple checklists when I do a mixer if I have to. And, judging patterns and things like that, right? Because tops, it's not so clear cut. A lot of stuff's not numbered. But when you break the same thing over and over again, just like I can predict what can generally come out of a TriStar memorabilia case or leaf boxes, same goes for, just about anything that's been regularly produced without any difference. All right. Experience. Not everybody's got that. Some of these guys been around, 6 months. I'm the biggest breaker in the game. Yeah, boy. I've been doing this 8 years. And I care just as much about making the customer happy as, making what I need to make to survive. It's always been a weakness of mine. When I worked in retail, who do you think you work for? The customer? Like, yeah, I do. Doesn't mean I'm going to give things away to them for no reason, right? Because when I work for somebody else, it's not mine. I sometimes give things away just for fun. Oh, that box didn't have a hit in it and it was supposed to. Let me grab a box of Onyx and throw in 2 more autographs into the break. Or, oh my goodness, I hit a huge card. Hey, let's throw one of these little boxes in there just for fun, because I'm going to make a killing on this one. That doesn't bother me. Because surprises are fun, and that's what this is about. I'm not going to do it every time, because then it's not a surprise. Then you kind of expect it, and then when you don't get it, you're disappointed. I see a lot of people waiting on selecting teams sometimes, even though they've verbally expressed an interest to me. Oh yeah, I'm really excited about this one, and then they don't get anything, and it's like, oh, that's weird. And then it hits 25, and I say it's scheduled for 6. Oh yeah, give me that one. Like W's, right? There's been a lot of that lately, a lot of watching, and that slows down. Oh, this is our first paper auto, so now we're at 2 autos. So I feel 3 autos are going to come out of 15 blasters. So let's see. That's what happened last time. So let's see if that number stands true. And I think we'll get 1 or 2 autos out of the megas, which we got 1 last time. So Pirates, Jack Carey. So Pirates, one of the last teams picked. A bunch of O'Neill Cruz cards, so you can't go wrong with that. And on top of that, you've already got an auto. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Yeah, well, maybe that's what's annoying about me. That was my problem in my previous jobs. I would say I worked for like 5 different companies, and 3 of them, the exact words were, "You're too smart for your own good." Why are your production numbers down and, doing loans? Well, the economy's down. Well, you should be doing this. And it's like, well, that's not really ethical. And it's like, what do you mean? And it's like, well, I'm not going to give somebody something they can't afford. And it's like, but in the system it says, and it's like, yeah, well, on the back of the vouchers you send in the mail, you also say that they need a minimum income number, but that's not actually in the rules. And so when we have somebody that is showing $400 a month worth of income and they have a cell phone on their side, because back then you used to clip them to your belt, we're talking about years ago, it's like, do you have an electric bill? Yes. Do you have a car? No. Do you have a bus pass? Yes. Okay, you've already spent all your money for the month. I don't know where the rest of it's coming from. I can guess. But yeah, the answer is no. So, who gets promoted? The one that does 50 loans a month, right? But 40 of them are bad. I never understood corporate math ever. Ever. But yeah, when I do something, I put my heart and soul into it. I want, you know, all the new collectors out there to understand how the game works, because there's people that are playing you. Hype. No, there's a difference between hype and upside. That is the lesson for today. There's a difference between hype and upside. So I will not hype you. And I think that's the problem. And this is why PSA is such a success. Right? Think of all the PSA 10s that like, man, that's really off-centered. All right? Why is PSA such a success? Because they got the hype right now. And when you get a PSA 10, regardless of whether the card deserves it, you feel good. So then how does the hobby work? Well, the hobby works like this. Other people will go and do an SGC. They'll get their card back quicker. They'll make some money on it, and they'll be happy. And then somebody is going to be like, well, SGC actually grades the cards better. I'm not saying that that's a fact, but they're going to come with that mentality where SGC graded that card tough. I'm going to crack it and send it to PSA, and I should get a higher grade. I'm not saying that's necessarily fact. Grading is subjective, and it passes from grader to grader. And there's a lot of theories out there on things like that. But people say that all the time. And yet, the SGC stuff will carry less value. Still, even though the guys who are cracking it and sending it to PSA said, oh, look at my post here. Look what I just did. I just cracked this SGC gem, and now it's a PSA gem, and it's worth 3 times as much. But yet the pattern doesn't change. The cycle doesn't break. Well, that's the thing. How bad of a shape was he in? Especially if you're injured, right? And you can't do things for a while. Like you physically can't. Your doctor says you cannot go lift weights. And you maybe have an issue with your diet. Like not an issue, but like you normally consume so many calories. You're just used to it. It's a habit. And you probably shouldn't have eaten what you normally do when your work level isn't as high, but you did. And now you just got to burn it off. And you're young enough where you're able to. Zion looks jacked. And that's actually one of the things that, when you're a bigger athlete, we talked about, going back to my days working, doing loans, I had the debate, we have another paper auto. Now, remember, some of these guys on the paper autos aren't even on the regular checklist. They're retail only. Because Jack Carey, I don't believe, was on the checklist that I read off earlier, and neither is this guy. So you actually have a deeper pool, which if, they break the cycle and actually become better than expected, then those could be very desirable autos, even for paper. But yeah, CC Sabathia, big dude. We were having this debate about whether CC Sabathia would get 300 wins, and I say no way, because eventually his body's going to break down, and that's what happened. He did get to 250, and I thought he would, right? Yeah, CC's in much better shape now. He changed his diet after retiring. He's not quite Kyle Farnsworth, if anybody's seen those pictures that are going around, good Lord, he's got to be ready for his tryout for Vince McMahon. Got another Wonder Rookie there. Probably see quite a few come out of this. But yeah, CC's in much better shape now. Zion, I think he's still got plenty of upside. I don't know if he'll ever live up to the hype, but literally he was the most overhyped player in the most hyped, let's say, 9 months the hobby ever had. So Zion can be perfectly fine and still disappoint people if he doesn't go to LeBron James level, right? If he doesn't win 6 rings, if he's not a multiple-time MVP, he's going to disappoint some people. And yes, and you know, I've been saying this for a while, and somebody did a real good job breaking this down. So, as big as football, next to basketball, I think football is the most overblown market as far as dollar value to what you get out of it. I think it's more overblown than memorabilia, which used to be number one, blind box memorabilia. Great for breaks because it gives that big hit and it doesn't cost a lot to do. All right. But it's tough when you're opening the boxes yourself. You know, out of a 12-box case of mini helmets, 1 or 2 are going to be worth it. And then the rest are going to be less. Some slightly less and close to what you paid for it, and others a lot less. But basketball is the most inflated, and football is second. And the main reason behind it is, let's face it, the name on the label. All right? That company has been overshooting. And on top of that, the distributors get probably like a 2-day heads up on that price. And they try to jack guys like me up $50 a box over that. You know, this, right? $4.99 on Panini's website. I got told, oh, you can only get 6, but you can get them for $5.49. Get the hell out of here. I ain't going to pay that. That's why you don't see full cases of football here, because I don't want to fall for that stupidity. Because if I don't sell it right away on day one, I'm done. I don't have the big bank account where I can afford these giant losses and make it somewhere else. All right? I make a $5,000 mistake and I'm paying for it for months. 56 out of 199. Adrian Shagasti for the Giants. So, well, 2015, I bought stuff on clearance. Below cost, right? Below allocated cost. You can still find stuff back then. All right? Nothing goes below cost anymore. Couple, like, really bad exceptions, maybe. But you know, I had to hustle back then. I had to sell 4 or 5 cases in order to survive. Can I live off of my allocations? No, I can't. I still got to make smart purchases around them. But since I got to make smart purchases, I find other avenues to do that. I mean, even retail. I have a bunch of retail stuff here. And, you know, I keep it simple. It's only a 4-foot section. I've got like 50 feet of hobby and 4 feet of retail. You know? So, or hobby and online exclusives and oddball stuff and memorabilia, right? So, like, retail is such a small part of what I do. My store is literally designed like how the dollar goes in the hobby. I just don't have the really high-end stuff. I've got like 2 baseball flawless boxes sitting here. Oh, Yohendrick Pinago was out of 250. The purple should have given it away, but I mean that's really closer to the reality. Although this year I do think things are different. I do think retail has a much bigger market share than it has over the last 10, 12 years. And part of the reason why I believe is logistics. There's just not enough paper to make the products. All right, we've talked about why. Just not enough paper to make the products. There's supply issues, things involving plastic, things involving machinery. You can't get things. Oh, look at that. So nice. Let's say it twice. Henry. So, Henry. Did I stutter? No. Did I fall off my bike? No. Henry. So that's 3 autographs. All right, 2 of them are paper. We still got quite a bit of boxes to go. We are really killing the autos. We've already made what I thought we would get out of them. We already got 3. Although I did in my initial prediction say 2 chrome and 1 paper because chrome has been coming out more. So I think we're gonna at least overshoot it by a chrome. I think we'll get 1 more autograph. Whether it's chrome or paper, I don't know, but I think we'll get 1 more. Anyways. So, oh, look at this. Not a superfractor, but out of a retail, I'll take gold. You know, I do miss being able to move stuff at the price points that we were doing in 2015. I do. It was a lot of work, but I would rather put the work into the breaks, into the card, into the content than we got a chrome color auto. Yeah, we're really good in this break. I don't think I'm having much luck, even with 8 teams. But this is still overall a good break. I don't know. We still got plenty of boxes to go. My time might come. I'd rather put the work into the breaks, the cards, the content, the packaging, than chasing after payments for 3 days and having posts that only reach 32 people. So I have to regurgitate and repeat them and delete them every hour on the hour so that people can actually see them and we can fill a break. I'd rather spend less time with dealing with that garbage. Definitely. I just want to rip it and get out those big hits to you and keep the cycle going. And the more that I keep the cycle going and items go out, the more stuff that can come in and the more we can have fun and play around with things. If things stall and go slow, like for example, Obsidian football. What did you think about our Obsidian break? That's right, we didn't have one. I only got 1 box, and because we had another break that was taking forever, guess what? I sold the box. That's what I do. I would rather, have boxes to sell and have boxes for breaks. And if we move a box quickly enough and we can, keep with the current market value of a box, then we can bring more stuff in. So, I say anybody can open a pack of cards. I try to give you a better experience than most. There's a lot of quality breakers out there. And a lot of the guys that are being called breakers really aren't. All right? I don't think you're a breaker if you can clear off a Walmart shelf by bribing a vendor, and then, oh, this is easy. We're just going to triple what I spent and divide it by 32 and do a random team football break. And let's face it, a lot of stuff that comes out of those aren't always that great. Sometimes they are. I got one mega in, right? I was tempted to open it because it was only the one that I could get in. And I'm like, nope, I'm going to sell it. This one, it was hard to get. So usually I try to go under market value. Like I'll see like on Facebook people selling these blasters for $50 a piece, and I'll sell them in the store for 40 or 45. All right. I don't need to make the extra if I paid 35 for it, or almost 35 with tax, right? And a lot of times, like if I can get it from Target, Walmart sells it for $3 or $4 more anyway. So I mean, the least I should do is get as much as Walmart does, right? It doesn't have to be too much. But like these guys, like, oh, just triple it and put it in a break, and if it comes out to $15, people will buy it, and it's true. There were teams in this break that got sold that were over $300. Well, only one really. One was $325, I think, and one was $275, something like that. And then the lowest team was like $35, I think, that got sold, right? And there was a bunch of teams that were $200 that didn't. Again, if I do my job right, pricing the breaks, law of averages over time, I will still do just fine. So I'm not worried about that. I want the breaks to happen at a good speed. We had this break up for 5 days. For the next at least 3 nights, I'm going to be busy. So I don't want to hold this out until Sunday night or Monday night. I wanted to get it done now. So we do it today. 31 out of 50, Colton Cowser. Top 100. We're doing good with those top 100 parallels. I still want to put together breaks that are worth it for you. So I've never been a cookie cutter break guy. Case of National Treasures. It's like there's 32 cards, and most likely not every team's going to get one, right? I'm not going to do that. I'll find a way to get some cards in there, still make it interesting, still make, whatever that set is, that National Treasures or whatever, the main event. But, sometimes you get some good undercard matches, right? All right. Talking about Internet Wrestling Database. Sometimes you get some good undercard matches, just like we're doing this break. We are killing it. Right there. Edgar Caro, Green Shimmer, Angels, 88 out of 99. 4 autos already out of the blasters. That's a good undercard match. All right. Technically, Jumbo was supposed to be our main event box, but people were putting in the write-in votes, and I honored that. That could have come out at 1:30 in the morning. See? But, I mean, our main event was good, too. So, all right. We are chugging away here. I got 6 more blasters and then our megas. We've kind of been chatting a lot. Hey, I mean, you don't got to be rude about it, but if you're ever like, all right, I think we're talking too much today because nobody's answering back, then feel free to reel me in politely, right? Respectfully. But, I mean, a lot of people tell me that they love the information and the passion that I have and the breakdowns that I give. So unless I get feedback otherwise, I don't see any reason to stop. All right. So here we go. That one is number 10, 11, and 12 on the blasters. So. And I like Bowman for this type of a break because you can still get good stuff out of the retail. You know, Bowman's about the prospects, the chromes, right? Has been for years. This is a good product to mix retail in, and I see other guys, gals. Some people call them breakers. That mix products together because that's what they were able to obtain, not because it makes sense to mix them together. It's important. I kind of consider myself, just like when I do comparables, I put myself in the mindset of like, this is the housing market and this is how I got to analyze comparables. When I create a break, I think of myself as an artist or as a chef. And I put together in a way that's palatable, in a way that is enjoyable, in a way that will create something special, or at least the possibility for that. And, you know, some people just throw things together. Like, okay, here we go, Heritage Blasters. We'll put together Heritage Blasters and, let's see, what was I able to find? Oh, Allen and Ginter Blasters. All right, so those products by themselves, usually not very strong. Now, I would use that as a filler to make sure everybody gets cards. But, you know, if I were going the cheap route, I'd probably use some prospecting stuff from like Leaf and Onyx and create a bargain break. Right? I don't really do those anymore because we were trying to do some and the regular breaks somehow were filling faster than the bargain ones. Or back in the day, I mean, we had a bargain break one time sell out in 40 minutes. So 40 minutes and it was done. Capture the flags. We actually attempted that one on Drip and it went very well. And we actually sold the whole thing out, even though when I started, like half the spots were available once people saw what the concept was. And then I posted another one. I posted 2, and neither of them ended up happening. So I don't know. I need your feedback. When's the next shift in the hobby? When Fanatics takes over Topps? They already have. Their decisions are already impacting the product. Their decisions have not yet impacted distribution because they're taking over something, again, they have to be careful with because you're talking about the same ways things have been done for certain aspects of it, as far as like, you know, here's your pre-booking and this and that, you know. Granted, like distributors got into the mix eventually, so it took off some of the burden off of Topps directly, right? Like I don't get from Topps directly, I get from the distributor. Fanatics is probably going to cut the distributors out. They're already getting less. And I think Fanatics is leaning more towards Panini's way of doing things than what Topps has been doing the last few years. Topps has traditionally been made to order, which is what's kept demand up for some of the products, right? And just because they got so many orders doesn't mean they're going to make that much. I think you're going to see a little bit more looseness on production numbers once paper channels are able to supply it. Right now, they're not able to. So base tops production may have gone up, but then you have 8 other products that are delayed. So you can't really say total production is up. And that is part of the reason why I said what I said about the retail market probably having a dramatic shift up this year. And it's because I think they are pushing things in smaller doses because there's just not enough big doses to go around. All right. So they're giving you smaller doses of hobby, bigger doses of retail. And it probably makes it look like it's a lot more, especially when certain sets are not as popular in their retail formats. Christian Hernandez. Again, normally Bowman Blasters would not thrill me, but I see the pattern this year. I think Bowman Blasters are probably the best bang for the buck. And guess what? You can't find you can't find hobby product at a very reasonable price. Part is because they like doubled or tripled the cost of it on the wholesale side in 2019, I think, or 2020, one or the other. So that is a product where a lot of products have stayed within a 5 to 10% increase year after year. Those they blew up on Bowman, and I get why, because of the huge return on it. They wanted their piece. I get that. They're entitled to part of that piece. I'm not saying they're not entitled to it at all. But, these retail boxes can still be found on the shelves. It's tough to get the hobby stuff. These are a good deal. I'm not going to lie. All right? I never do. And my feelings on retail. Hobby all the way, right? More often than not, that's going to get you. But I think the Bowman Blasters, if I got to hype something up, right? If I got to be that guy, I think it's ridiculous that all these Bowman Blasters are sitting on the shelves in some areas when, again, you look at the 2 breaks that we've done. Obviously, the jumbo boxes have been the top performers. Numbered to 5, insert auto, superfractor, insert auto. All right. We could do this sample more times, and maybe things will change slightly. But right now, the jumbos are winning the race. The hobbies did a much better job this time. And when we do our recap, we'll kind of look at things from different perspectives. But I mean, the jumbo box definitely got its money's worth. The hobby boxes in this break definitely got its money's worth. Right? If we had just opened those boxes for somebody and they had bought them outright, I think those groups would be happy. We're already 4 autos, 2 of which are chrome, and we're both color or just the one? Can't remember if yeah, both were color. Both are 299 chrome. All right. This is a win right here. 4 autos. Remember, each of these groupings in this experiment have similar market values. We've still got what's in my hand, right? There's no autos in here. And then 4 more blasters to go through. We may get a 5th auto, all right? That's super jumbo territory. And with the amount of cards that you get in the blasters, you get double the cards that you do in any of these other comparable lots. I think it's pretty clear. That the blasters are worth what we're putting into them too. We'll see how the megas do. Again, the megas depends only on the mega packs. You know, I mean, I'm still going to open the other packs, the regular base packs, but I really don't have to. You know what's going to come out of them. You know, the numbers may vary based on how the cards fall, but probably looking at like a chrome or two at the most, right? Of your players, and then probably a couple paper, and then your mega parallels. And since there's no inserts or color in the regular packs, we know that it's basically the value, the entire value of it, right? 80% of it's going to fall on those two mega packs. And that's a little risky. And if what happens like last time, again, it's also a smaller checklist. So you kind of know what you're going to get there, right? You know you'll probably get decent amount, one or two on average. But some guy you might get 4 of, and some guy you might get none. And then you know you're probably going to get 1 auto. All right, you fingers crossed 2, but you're going to get 1 auto. Probably. You may not, but you might. You should. Numbers say you should. And then you're going to get some color. The last break. All right, we got green Ellie de la Cruz. It's a good start right there. All right, it's like over $100 card. It's a good start. And then you combo up the non-parallel ones. You know, I still think the mega boxes are going to be the worst performers out of this bunch, but they're not bad. Muncie auto would be cool. Oh, man. Another chrome auto. So that's 3 chrome, 2 paper. And I'm just curious because we talked about this individual before. So I just need to check something real quick. Okay. We do have something to talk about. So nothing to do but to do it. So we do have somebody of note. It's always fun when we pull something of somebody and there's something to talk about them, right? Because again, we've done a lot of hobby talk today, but we do a lot of sports talk, right? I'm in a grouchy mood. I got a bunch of grouchy things going on. So, I forgot to open this one. I got all excited about the autograph and I forgot to open the last pack. Let's get that in the mix too. All right, nothing crazy to add to that, but at least we opened it. New LV Marte. Marco Luciano. And Jorge Soler. Hey, yo, how you doing? 52 out of 99. There's Max Muncy. Not signed. And check that out. Lenyn Sosa, who made his major league debut today. And he did get to play, too. So Josh Harrison got subbed out. And Lenyn Sosa got 2 plate appearances. So he was 0 for 1 with a walk. So he reached base. 500 on base percentage. It's amazing. It's one day, don't worry. Yeah, it seems like the Yankees, the Phillies, and the Braves are like unstoppable right now. And the Mets continue to do good enough to hold off the latter two. And just like you have some teams that can do no wrong, you also have teams that can do no right. Let's see. Yeah, you were saying, that should be fun. I think it'll be an exciting game. The Mets swept for the first time by the Astros. It was only a 2-game series, but still. It's nice. Little pricey. There are some interesting food choices that I actually approve of. It's definitely not Shea Stadium, though. Citi Field is definitely... I've been to both. And Citi Field's nice. Oh, this sucks. So, it just shows you how quickly not only things change in the hobby, but change in sports, too. 6 weeks after throwing his no-hitter, Reed Detmers has been optioned back to the minors. So since his no-hitter in 6 starts, he's 0-2 with a 5.67 ERA and has gotten pounded by the long ball and is walking one every other inning. I'm sure he'll be back. Growing pains, but I like Reed Detmers. And he's just another example how, you can be hot 1 second and cold the other. I don't expect him to be gone for long because Angels can always use pitching, Ohtani's doing a fabulous job. One day he demolishes you with the bat, and the other day he mows you down pitching. 405. It's been so long since I've been to the stadium, I don't really remember the actual layout. But I remember lots of good choices in the stadium restaurants. Little fancy stuff. Boy, the blasters definitely have a little bit more of the chrome curve going than the hobby boxes. And part of that's because the boxes are packed more loosely, whereas in the hobby and the jumbos, everything's kind of packed tight together. Humidity is a factor in that, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, retail stuff, however it's stored is stored. So it's always tough, like, buying retail and things that get damaged by, people molesting their packs, trying to figure out if they were a hot pack or not. But been seeing some really rough packaging practices on some of these boxes that have been shipped out lately, whether it's Target or Fanatics or Walmart or whoever. I guess some of the blame gets awarded to the shipping companies, but if you don't ship it with enough protection, and that's the thing, man, I'd rather take my time getting stuff done right than just slap it in a box and send it out. Things get busted up that way. It was asked earlier from people who were in the first Bowman break to the second one, what happened to stuff in the first break, and it looked like we were going to break it 2 days later. It didn't end up happening because it took 3 days for most of the payments to come in, and I'm actually still waiting on a few of those, but I'm not going to be available the next 3 nights, most likely. So I wanted to do it tonight. I want to strike while the iron's hot, and then we can push football through, right? Football is not going to be a long break. So we can get that. We can squeeze that in one of these days. But a break like this that's going to take 3.5, 4 hours, right? Actually, we're now on almost 4 hours. I talk too much. Tonight I probably talked too much. I needed to, though. Just one of those days where I needed the hobby escape, to be honest. So, all right. We got 2 blasters left. I opened one and then I didn't open the other 2. I was doing these 3 at a time. And then all we'll have left is the Megas. All right. So anybody's got anything they want to cover? So, if you can, I shouldn't suggest that because it's not legal. I was gonna say when I last went to Citi Field, we did our pregame drinking on the train. I don't think you're supposed to do that, but so I didn't spend any money on alcohol. So I guess I didn't mind indulging in some of the cuisine there. But taking the subway to Citi Field is the recommended way to go. Oh, same guy, Speckle this time. I'm hoping that with the National so close, I do get a few early birds pop in and say hello. People coming before the National. I don't know. Again, I don't know what my schedule is going to be like. Maybe I only get part-time hours. So, those people saying, oh, is there a good card store nearby? Yeah, I'll be there in like 3 hours. Meet me there. 238 out of 299. We'll have some Jersey Mikes at the store. Like actual Jersey Mikes. Brandon Valenzuela. Although the good ones in Barnegat, not down the road here. I apologize, guys. I really like the Barnegat one. That one's not bad, but they messed my sandwich up once, so. My shop is like 45 minutes away from Atlantic City, so it's not close, but it's pretty close. It's within an hour. And let's face it, there's a lot of people across the country that, from the best Jersey Mikes. Yeah, it's about 10 minutes from here. The other one is literally like 45 seconds from here. A minute and a half if you're walking or running, jogging. Slight jog. But there you go. But you can only redeem one sandwich at a time, right? I tried to do multiple once. I had saved up and I didn't realize that didn't work. I gotta say though, if you like wings, right, bone in or boneless or otherwise, probably about, depending on traffic, 15 to 30 minutes from here, you have the chicken or the egg. If I had to recommend one place in Jersey to go to, it's the Chegg. And if you, I like spicy, but first of all, I'm not at the age where I can have, like I did, what was it? Cluck used 911 wings. Like it was kind of a rib with the wrestlers. And so somebody was giving all the young boys the 911 wings that you're supposed to sign the waiver for. When I was 20, I could take it. Probably now, that would probably liquefy my insides. But they have this ludicrous sauce there that was actually on, what was that Food Network show? It was on one of those Food Network shows. Man versus Food, that was it. And if you're looking for a challenge like that, that's the place to go. So yeah, they do them both. I've become more of a boneless guy because I feel like they give you more chicken that way. Yeah. Wash it down with a jug of tequila. So But yeah, good wing place. Definitely the Chegg. I go there every year for my birthday. This year I had to delay because they had, I guess, an issue with a renovation they were doing, and they were actually closed on my birthday, which sucked. But we eventually, me and Jess went back on a date night. Just didn't have the kids with us. And yeah, I'm a big fan of theirs. Adley Rutschman, Hi-Fi Futures. You know, the Cluck U's around here didn't have alcohol licenses, so I don't know how it is out there, but here, and I don't ever see them anymore. I don't even know if there really are any like anywhere near here. But they used to be like usually like part of a pizza place or something like that. But New Jersey liquor licenses are tougher, so you don't see a lot of pizza places having them. Ellie De La Cruz Chrome. Jordan Lawler. Let's take a look at something on the computer real quick. What day? We are in Thursday going to Friday. All right, we're good. Another Wander Franco, Rookie of the Year favorites. Again, I don't know why they made this card when he doesn't qualify for Rookie of the Year, but he was a Rookie of the Year favorite last year, so I guess that's okay. Do we even have any Facebook watchers left? One. I wonder if it's me. Simon Muzziati. Pedro Pineda. Yoelqui Cespedes. All right, so we got our. This is a decent stack of top-loaded cards out of the. I mean, it's the biggest stack, literally, for non-top-loaded and top-loaded cards. Out of the blasters. I don't want to stay on, man. Fill that out. All right, we're going to do the same with these. I don't know. Did you see the auto number to 99? Cubs are doing all right. We'll do 2 megas at a time. just so we get all these extra packs out of the way, and then we'll do 4 mega packs back to back. So again, if you look at the Topps packs, right? The Bowman packs, the regular ones, these are a little bit different than the norm. All right. Now, you can still get your good chromes. You can still get Wander Franco rookies, and at this point, O'Neal Cruz rookies have definitely increased in value. But no color, no inserts. Very vanilla. But that makes it easier to kind of shuffle through, especially I'll cut some time doing a couple at a time. And I don't know, what kind of, for those watching right now, like what kind of break do you want to see next? I did post a baseball break. We are filling a football break, but is there anything special you got in mind? There's a lot of things that we normally do that we just haven't been doing just because of the speed of things lately. For example, we still don't have a re-break set, and I got the information, for what you wanted to see, but problem is if we don't move so many single box random teams. So you want to see a bargain break, basically. We usually do random teams on the bargain breaks. So now, just single box or just done cheaply enough so that, we'll move those random teams quickly. And I'm always good for doing bargain breaks. I don't know, maybe should we keep away from Bowman for the bargain break? Utilize something else? The Pick Your Team that I posted earlier today has teams as low as $15. So 2-box random with 2 teams. All right. The same product or different products? I'd like to see Donruss again. Been a while since we've seen Donruss. I think Donruss and Diamond Kings together is fun. Yeah, I don't know why we've never had luck with random team breaks. I'd be leaning more towards that 25 than the 40. I'm not as big of a fan on the random team bargain breaks personally because so much of the money from the team goes towards shipping. That's why there's usually a good 3-for deal. Yeah, I like the random division stuff. The last one, not the last one, maybe the last 4 times we've tried to do random division, we didn't really have any interest. I like random stuff. Random stuff's easy. Especially, I don't even do the videos. I have a third-party video runner take care of that. And I don't know if it's noticed, but because I'm such a law of averages type person, like when we have a lot of breaks moving quickly, I eat some of the shipping because I know that there's going to be people going into multiple breaks. I really haven't been able to do that. They just not going as quickly. But, again, oh my God. Are you freaking kidding me? Don't let those hits be misses. Well, so much for the mega sucking. First shot here. I mean, we did do 2 boxes at a time, so but still. All right, let's see what we got. Leover Peguero, Hedbert Perez, Henry Davis. It's not a bad one, even though he's not a first. Preciado, Jeremy Vargas, Carlos Aguilar, who we had an auto of earlier. Oswaldo Cabrera, first Bowman for the Yankees. Blaze Jordan. Yorbit Vivas. So here's the thing. I post a random division break, right? I'm going to do it as a website exclusive. Why? 6 spots. If they fill up right away, we can break it right away. If I don't get paid right away and I have to wait 3 days for payment, I still am waiting for payments on this break. I'm a little ticked off. That's part of what set me off today. All right. Definitely not the whole of it, but it's a part of it. Noel V. Marte. Stressing all day whether I was going to make my order today. And then I just had to cut it. I had to cut it back. 170 out of 250. Bobby Witt Jr. for the Royals. So that's a nice mojo parallel there. How hot and humid is it going to be? End of July, very. I mean, you know, the weather's not always that way in New Jersey, but there's a good chance that you're talking 92 to 95 degree highs and sticky humid at that point of the game. Armando Cruz. John Kenzie Noel, Luke Waddell, Benjamin Bailey, E-Human. No, wait, that's not what it says. It says Ellie de la Cruz, and that is signed as well. That's probably a decent amount of money right there. So I don't know why it doesn't say first Bowman though. Ellie de la Cruz. Really should say first Bowman. Kyle Raleigh, Brady Allen, and Ronier Quintero. So the moral of this story is we should run this Bowman again. Who's in for a third one? Must have paid for parts 1 and 2 in order to re-up your teams. I really want to do this one again. Is that bad? Like, I really want to do this one again. And I know that it's not going to work out the way I want it to. But really, I mean, as far as value goes, like, this is some of the best value you're going to get out there. I don't know. I guess if all 22 teams would stay in, I guess we could figure that out. Then we just have to sell a few more to get it in the books. I don't know. I'll think about it. This is one of those ideas that sounds better at 1 o'clock in the morning than it does at 8 o'clock in the morning. But I think that, one, the more times you run the experiment, the better the results will be. That goes with any experiment. We're just going to leave it at that. Oh, man. So we did get at least one auto. And again, you know, my feelings is that the mega boxes are the weakest link. But if you get the right card, then it's going to be big. And I guess since we've looked up a few other ones, I just got to I just don't know why it doesn't say first Bowman. But other than that, Cruz, Bowman, Auto, Mojo. They're kind of all over the place. Looks like anywhere from 125 to 180. 159, 150, 175. $126.50. Yeah, they're kind of all over the place. I don't want to count that one bid for 100 because one, I doubt that one's getting shipped, and two, I don't know. Just doesn't seem like it was as good of a listing, maybe. So, yeah, no, the Mojo one, there was one, one auction that had one bid and did 100, and I don't know, it just doesn't look right. You know what I'm saying? There was one for 126, and then there was one for 179, and a whole bunch at 150 in between. So I'd say that's about, that's a card you can ask 175 and accept 150 on without a problem. Obviously, a reseller would need it for less, but. Of course I have, but I just looking at who the Chrome is. Really don't care because these are just regular packs. So I guess before I relist the break, I just have to make sure I get in these products again because I'm almost out of blasters, and I think I got 8 megas left. So I probably have to do a little shopping. So I guess I would have a few days to just kind of let that one fill up. And then we could just schedule it for next week. Like just set a date for it and let's get it filled and paid for by that date. I don't know. Think about it. Because again, both breaks, I mean, we have that Prism football break. There's some big stuff that can come out of there. I sold 1 mega. It had the Pulsar relic was Mac Jones. And then we had a checkerboard Trevor Lawrence. So on the retail side, that's a super short print. Sold at eBay auction for almost $1,500. It's not bad. And he is selling if anybody's looking for Trevor Lawrence in a checkerboard. Some big things could come out of that hobby box. Big things could come out of that hobby box. And it could also be disappointing. Which is why, as backup, we've put in 2 leaf metal boxes and 2 platinum mini helmets. And then a couple retail products to fill in some cards. Well, the hype is gone. As far as why Trevor Lawrence is still getting the values that he is, it's upside. As far as the scouting report on him, I don't want to say he was a can't miss, but he was practically a can't miss. And, you know, he's a guy that not only had the physical attributes, but the mental attributes. I don't think anybody on that Jaguars team benefited from the situation there. And I think that, not that people are giving him a pass, but I think the situation is a little more forgiving for Trevor Lawrence's terrible season last year. I mean, let's face it. You know, there's a lot of people saying how great last year's quarterback class was. But yet, Mac Jones, you look at the, final 5 games of the season, he really wasn't impressive. He impressed early on, and he just did well enough that you didn't lose confidence in him. But I wouldn't say he finished the season strong. Trevor Lawrence, bad situation. Many assume that we've seen the worst. Now let's see what he does in year 2. I think Tua, this is the make or break year for him. All right. Not only does he have the rookie who proved himself, but he's also got a legit star who maybe at the end of his prime, but he's still kind of in his prime. All right. Again, on the back end of it, but still can contribute. All right. It's not like he's a running back and he's done in 3 years. Tyreek Hill has probably 1 or 2 more 1,000-yard seasons in him. So we'll see how that works out. And then Trevor Lawrence is kind of looked as the project, where it was almost felt like he was a day 1 ready guy. But time's going to tell. I've talked about football and how I feel the value are, how football is a much shorter term market. Baseball is a good market where you can kind of pick and choose players as short-term and long-term options. But in football, there's very few long-term options. So when you go crazy and you collect a guy like Marcus Mariota, like Jameis Winston, like Cam Newton, most of the players don't give you back the value that you think you're going to get out of them. All right. Rob Gronkowski, maybe next to Tony Gonzalez. And debatably not. In some ways, Gonzalez was a better tight end in the offensive sense. Gronk might have been the best tight end ever to play all around, or at least in the modern era. As much as I hate to say it, is that something we can accept? Maybe not as fact, but at least as arguable. Gonzalez had more touchdowns, more yards, probably. Gronk had some injuries. He didn't stay healthy. Witten's good too. Although Witten didn't have Brady throwing to him. So that might even make Witten better. 145 out of 199 Red Sox, Blaze Jordan. So no auto, but definitely some color there. Yeah, Gonzalez, Witten, and Gronk, the best of this era right now. All right. That's, completed their careers now. Obviously, the best current would be like Kelsey, but still need a few more years out of him, whether we're talking Hall of Fame or not, I feel. But you look at the quarterbacks for the last 10 years, you look at the quarterbacks that were all drafted, and everybody's paying this big money, always searching for that Tom Brady-esque guy. Right? And again, we're just talking about the last 10, 12 years or so. It's not there. All the money that's been spent on all these quarterbacks, and it's really not there. We have some guys that it's still too early to give up on. Don't get me wrong. Herbert's looking good. I think Burrow looks to be the best of the bunch, personally. Again, not just the physical attributes, but up here. And Burrow did a lot with very little. And if they put some money into that team, Burrow will see another Super Bowl. And he may even get to raise a trophy. You got Mahomes, right? Mahomes. But I mean, think back to the prior decade. As much as I hate to put Eli in there, right? Ben, Breeze, all right. I guess technically Brady is just on the border. Peyton, Aaron Rodgers, right? I mean, the big winner out of the last 12 years. I say 12 years because you really can't write off anybody, just about anybody out of the last 2 years, although there's a few you can already write off the list. But it's tough. You never know. Look at Ryan Tannehill. He was a redemption story for a while, right? But yeah, you got a lot of years that ended up becoming a lot drier than people thought. Know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's you got Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes, but really it's been a tough decade overall for the big quarterback coming out. But yeah, lots of money going to that position. There's a lot of solid wide receivers. It's going to be tough. I mean, again, you got to compare era to era when you compare Hall of Fame. So there's going to be guys with incredible numbers that aren't even going to touch Hall of Fame votes. where if it were those kind of numbers 20 years earlier, they would be a lock. Yeah, they won't even be talked about just because the rules have changed. But a lot of money going into quarterbacks, and football is just such a short-term game. Baseball, these guys, the stars will last 10, 12 years. The minor stars will have 5 or 6 good years of performance before they tail off. And some even come back strong at some point. Look at Matt Carpenter. Small sample size, but he's doing good for the Yankees. Baseball, I feel like, you can, I guess, enjoy the whole rise and fall of the career, I mean, I say fall, look at even Albert Pujols. Had such a good first decade, and then the second decade wasn't great, but he just had such a good first decade. An iconic player, definitely. A first ballot Hall of Famer, definitely. And that's with 10 really rough years as his final memory. But you get to watch these kids come up through the minor leagues with baseball. Oh, no freaking way. Another autograph. You can't write this stuff, man. Another autograph. Our autograph numbers are higher on the retail than last break. And last break, they met expectations. And my expectations were, I would say, somewhat high. Three autos out of the blasters. Today we got 3 chrome and 2 paper. I said 1 to 2 autographs out of the megas. Now, when I say 1 to 2 autographs, I mean 1 to 2 autographs. I don't mean it's going to be the best. There's Colson Montgomery. It's not going to be the best, but it's going to be autographs. 207 to 225, Pedro Pineda. So our first autograph out of the megas was Ellie De La Cruz, who is one of the top players to look out for. Let's give Pineda a little top load here for a recap. So what can we do after hitting Ellie De La Cruz first? Do we have another big name coming up? Benjamin Bailey. Yeah, Jackson Kawar. I don't know. With the base cards, we're getting a lot of the same cut that we got last time. Oh, here's Spencer Torkelson. There's a nice one. for not being a first Bowman. I think we had Henry Davis before too. So we're getting some names. Yep, same pattern. Look at this, another Jackson Kawhi Rookie of the Year favorites. We're seeing some repetition here. I think we had Alejandro Pie before. Brandon Valenzuela we've seen before. There's Luciano. I think that's a new face. Eddie's Leonard. And I think we've seen this one before. Does that look familiar? Yeah, it does. Oh, he's having an incredible season, though. I mean, like a lot of people are talking about Aaron Judge. You know, Shohei Ohtani is just always going to be in the conversation as long as he's performing from both sides of the ball, hitting it and throwing it. And Yordan Alvarez, you know, again, it's tough because he doesn't really play the field, but he is having like a streak like nobody's business since he signed that contract. He's batting like almost 500. I think he's like 18 for 40 or something like that with like 4 or 5 home runs. So, yeah, we hit a lot of Ohtani autos back in the day. I don't even remember. Which one did you have? I remember the Alvarez specifically because that was, I think he was a PC guy for you, right? I love it when we get you PC guys. We got a Brendan Davis PC guy, a Superfractor today. We've gotten PC hits. That's why Pick Your Team is fun. That happens a lot when you do Pick Your Team because that's the guys you're going after. It makes sense. Bro. Now somebody's going to be like, bro, I saw you pull 2 of those. Give me a break on one. Come on. $50 because I'm your best friend. You'll make it back from me over the years. Don't worry. Bruh. I mean, I think De La Cruz is going to be a guy maybe in the next year or so that you see getting a call up and a lot of attention and a real good price spike. So they are now for sale, but I don't know how much of a hurry I'm in. That's the fun with Bowman, you know? You get to follow these guys and see them develop as players. I remember the first time we did the Marc-Down rebreak. I can't even imagine how many first Bowman Chrome Vlads and Pete Alonsos and paper that went out through that break. You know that, and it was one hit, and there was it was loaded with tons of upside singles. Those what were they? $34.95. You know, in today's market, those packs were probably worth $100. But that's the thing. People always say, "Oh, all repacks are garbage. You should never." But no, it's not true. You do have to be careful with them because a lot of people do them in a way that not going to be of benefit to you. But I mean, like for example, I've always been happy with the leaf repacks. I'm still excited that we have plenty of stitches and slabs available. Those were coming out nice. Now we're in a dip right now, so they'll be even nicer once things kind of trend up a little bit in the singles market following the national. So again, we got all our plain packs, I guess we can call them. All about that base. Oh yes, that Mahomes. I remember that Mahomes. That was like, what was that, like a Prism one or something like that? That were an exclusive parallel for the national packs. That was a crazy hit. And that don't matter if it's signed or not. Number to 4 rookie Mahomes. Right, that was rookie year, right? Cleveland was 2018. Because that's when Jess was a little tipsy doing those national packs with me. She was character acting Markov. Here's a Wander Franco rookie. I think that's the last bus of the night stopping by. Got a bus stop right across the street. Let's just say sometimes some odd characters come in. Not this time of night, though. I locked the door. But during the day, definitely some characters come in. All right, so first pair of mega packs, Ellie De La Cruz auto. Second pair of mega packs, a nice parallel. Fourth set of mega packs, a really nice gold mojo. A really nice gold mojo. So we got Henry Davis, Pedro Pineda, and hey, Wander Franco, Rookie of the Year favorites. So that's a good way to get a Wander mojo because you can't get it any other way. Rookies are not in the mojos, just the prospects. But the inserts will get you. John Kenzie Noel, Waddell, Oswaldo Cabrera, Leover Peguero, Hedbert Perez, Brandon Haraba, Alibaba, Adley Rutschman. And even though they're prospect cards, a lot of guys who are, in the rookie card running. I wonder what has Rutschman had any rookie cards yet? You know, like we knew Bobby Witt was going to be released at some point, and part of the reason he was assumed for Series 2 was his living card has been out for a while. Like they put it out right away. So, usually the online exclusives can give you a hint as to who's going to be coming up as far as the upcoming rookies. Brandon Marsh, Luis Rodriguez, Logan Cerny, Jordan Lawler, and one guy who I have the feeling he'll be held over until Series 1. Numbered 30 out of 50, we were just talking about him, made his major league debut today. Lenyn Sosa. So Lenyn Sosa, a top international prospect signing. I think he was top 10. Right, is he in here? He was signed in 2016, though. So he's been around a while. 22 years old. So making his major league debut at 22 is not bad. Especially considering the missed year that everybody's had around now. And that's really affecting starting age dates for a lot of players. I think we've got to temper our expectations back a year. But remember, that's one less year of wear and tear on their bodies. Last two megas. So we're about to close this one out. Last two mega boxes, and then we'll do a recap. And man, what a recap we got. It's the final mega. Dun, 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 dun. There are these basic packs. Today I go to bed at 2 a.m. And when I wake up after tomorrow, I'll be waking up at 4 a.m. That is what happens when you run breaks and have child athletes. So those questions will be answered momentarily. And we're closing in on our recap. Question remains, Do we have one more big parallel or auto in these last 4 mega box packs? That is very possible. All right, we got a parallel. Not quite as big, number to 250. And then another parallel number to 99. And they would have come out of the same box. So that's pretty cool. So nothing doing there. And nothing really doing there either. Okay. So we got Noel V. Marte, Benjamin Bailey, Jaron Duran, Rookie of the Year favorites, Austin Martin, Isaac Pacheco, Elijah Tatis, Simon Muzziotti, Adrian Shagaste. That's a good one for the Rays. Curtis Mead. Machado. Valerio. Number 2 out of 99, Vidal Brujan. To go with a regular base one, too. Noel. Woodell. Jack Sawinski. Number 240 out of 250. A team and even a player who's quite a dominant force in this break. Brennan Davis, High Five Futures. And again, we're going to recap everything in just a moment. And, well, you'll see why I really want to do this break one more time. Uelke Cespedes, got Haraba, and Adley Rutschman to close out the break. So, again, just to kind of compare here, bring this out. All right. So we got this row is our 2 hobby boxes. This row is our jumbo box. This row is part of our blasters. I'll show the rest of that later. And this row, I guess we have to throw that in there, is our mega boxes. All right. Now, in addition to a full row, which none of those other combinations could put together, we also overfilled the equivalent of a jumbo box in cards from the 15 blasters. So definitely, as far as price per card, the blasters were always the way to go. But as we'll see here, the blasters also performed very well. Hobbies did good. It's going to be hard to figure out which did the best here. So hobbies, we had Royce-Mark Quintana 25, Orange Shimmer. That card I think did about $400 based on the conversation earlier. And that's for the Nationals. The Orioles numbered to 250. Daryl Hernandez. That's also got to be decent. A lot of position players in 2022 Bowman. All right, this is a very big money possibility in the future. I think these boxes will be through the roof. Robert Hassel Invicta for the Padres. Guardians, Junior San Quentin Speckle. Cubs killed it this break. Christian Hernandez. Atomic Invicta was just the beginning. We had Michael Escato with another Atomic for the Pirates. Brewers, Aaron Ashby to 75. Rangers, Dustin Harris, Atomic. Again, this hobby box pair, we got the color that we were missing from the first two, and we had good hits. So, numbered to 150, Brandon Valenzuela. And the other Invicta, Reginald Preciado. And then, we had a couple Wander rookies. We had Khalil Watson Chrome. So, a couple James Woods Chromes. I didn't top load everything. I was kind of trying to go through this quicker than last time, which we did, but not much. Astros to 299. Christian Gonzalez Speckle for a $35 team. Already a winner right there. Rangers Maximo Acosta with the Invicta. Angels Arrol Vera number to 125. Carlos Aguilar. Autograph for the Twins. Colson Montgomery Invicta for the White Sox. There was some good chrome like Ellie De La Cruz, some more Wander Franco. But the big card right there, Super Fractor. So I think we're going like 8 years running now where every year we hit a Super Fractor in a Bowman product, which is funny because I forget who it was, but it was a big breaker. Like a few years back was like, oh my gosh, I've never hit one. And then I was like, geez, I hit one every year and I don't touch as much stuff as they do. So you got to wonder. I mean, maybe we do have pretty good luck here, too. I mean, I'm not super superstitious. But Megas. Good players like Adley Rutschman. Another Brennan Davis. This one's to 250. Brujan to 99. Again, a nice first Bowman there with Curtis Mead. Colson Montgomery. We got Wander Franco, Rookie of the Year favorites mojo. We also saw some of his base cards. Pedro Pineda, numbered to 225 for the A's. Number to 199 for the Red Sox, Blaze Jordan. Number to 250 for the Royals, Bobby Witt Jr. Number to 50 for the White Sox, Lennon Sosa. And not one, but two Ellie De La Cruz autos for the Reds. Some pretty deep misses there. Don't let those hits be misses, okay? Especially these Bowman breaks. I just feel like, you do them over and over again, and you're bound to get something that makes you happy after a few tries. So, law of averages definitely plays hard here. Colton Cowser, numbered to 50. These are the blasters, by the way. And blasters were pretty good. Padres, Henry. And Pirates, Jack Carey. Those were 2 paper autos. And, yeah, good guys like James Wood. Ronnie Mauricio for the Mets, numbered to 250. Estevan Machado for the Blue Jays, numbered to 150. Guardians, Jose Pastrano, numbered to 250. More Cubs craziness, number 399, Christian Hernandez. Adrian Shagasti, number to 199. How about more Cubs crazy? Pablo Alienado, number to 99 with the green. Again, good chromes. 3 Khalil Watsons. I think that's the most we pulled out of any of these groupings so far is 3 of them. 2 Ellie De La Cruz, which they say first Bowman, but the Mojo Autos don't. I don't think any of them do. I think that was a question somebody had the other day, and I guess they don't. I don't know why. Probably because they're an exclusive. I don't know. 3 paper and 2 insert Wander Francos. It's not terrible. Lennon Sosa auto for the White Sox and Edgar Caro to 99 for the Angels. So 2 color, 1 base chrome, and 2 paper. 5 autos. All right. That's an incredible bang for the buck and some good stuff on top of it. So that is the break right there. That is your summary. And I don't know. I think when I do the write-up on this, right, do my next experiment, it's going to be tough. I might have to do some work into this and figure out which perform the best. But definitely loving Bowman. So I don't know. I'm gonna take into consideration doing a 3rd run because I just like the whole experiment part of this too, where we can really, break down multiple breaks and see, patterns in what products to go after. I don't know. I feel like we got insanely lucky on the megas this time around. Last time we were just lucky that we had a good color, but this time, I mean, that, 2 Ellie De La Cruz autos, you're not going to see that probably happen too often in the same break. But it was fun. So, good night, and we hope to rip you new one soon. Hope you enjoyed, and take care.